Welcome Spot. Welcome Spot. Welcome Spot.
I forgot to turn my mic off. Hello.
Doomiverse says. Meow. Doomiverse says. Meow. Doomiverse says. Meow. Doomiverse says. Meow. The Doomiverse says. Meow.
Welcome the Doomiverse.
Pando says. Welcome the Doomiverse. Doomiverse eat says. Meow. The Doomiverse says. Meow. Doomiverse says. Dono. Botrix says. Any donations are appreciated, thank you so much. Link US. Doomiverse says. Follow. Botrix says. I live stream daily, please follow and / or subscribe to support me, thank you so much for your time. YouTube, link Twitch, link Rumble, link Kick, link Twitter /X, link TikTok, link Doomiverse. Doomiverse says. Discord. Botrix says. Join my Discord link. Doomiverse says. Raid. Botrix says. Download Raid, Shadow Legends now and reach the goals to support the stream. Link the Doomiverse. The Doomiverse says. Prime. Stream Elements says. You can subscribe for free with Twitch Prime by linking your Twitch and your Amazon Prime account, AD free. The Doomiverse says. Dono. Stream Elements says. Any donations are appreciated, thank you so much. Link US. The Doomiverse says. Follow. Stream Elements says. I live stream daily, please follow and / or subscribe to support me, thank you so much for your time. YouTube, link Twitch, link Rumble, link Kick, link Twitter /X, link TikTok, link Doomiverse. The Doomiverse says. Discord. Stream Elements says. Join my Discord link. The Doomiverse says. Raid. Stream Elements says. Download Raid, Shadow Legends now and reach the goals to support the stream. Link the Doomiverse. Doomiverse eat says.
I got it.
Dono. Doomiverse
Hello.
eat says. Follow.
Yeah, I think I got it fixed now.
Stream Elements says. Any donations are appreciated,
Yeah.
thank you so much. Link. Doomiverse eat says. Discord. Stream Elements says. Join my Discord link. Stream Elements says. I live stream daily, please follow and / or subscribe
Someone
to
that was
support
wearing
me,
that
thank you
Aries
so
skin
much for
as
your time.
my
YouTube,
clips
link
are getting
Twitch,
a shitload of
link
views,
Rumble.
so I'm going back to wearing Aries.
Doomiverse eat says. Raid. Stream Elements says. Link Kick, Link
And
Twitter
someone
/
commented and they're
X.
like, what's
Link
that
TikTok.
skin?
Link Doomiverse. Stream Elements says. Download Raid, Shadow Legends
And I
now
do
and
like,
reach the goals to
this
support
is
the
one of my
stream.
favorite
Link the
skins, the Ares
Doomiverse.
God of War skin.
Den Hawkins says. Be in a sec sound
I
is
liked
fed on my
that
PC.
season, the gods
The
in the
Doomiverse
monster
says.
season, the
Any
group
donations
mythology
are
one that
appreciated.
everyone
Thank
hated.
you
Yeah,
so
that was
much.
fun
Link
very
US.
beginning, but then
The
they went
Doomiverse
away from
says.
it like
I live
quick.
stream daily. Please follow
Yeah, I
and
think
/
that's
or
because the
subscribe to
first half
support
was
me.
the
Thank you
gods,
so
and
much
then
for
the
your
second
time.
half was
YouTube.
something
Link
else.
Twitch.
I
Link.
forgot. I think it was some superhero
The
bullshit or
Doomiverse
something.
says. Rumble. Link Kick. Link Twitter / X.
You know what it was?
Link
I think it was the
TikTok.
Dr. Doom
Link
thing.
Doomiverse.
I think they had that
Doomiverse
Dr.
says.
Doom bullshit the same
Join my
season.
Discord link. The Doomiverse says. Download Raid, Shadow Legends now
DJ
and reach
Cribber's
the
going
goals to
live.
support the
Mega
stream.
calls for
Link the
Don Lemon to
Doomiverse.
be arrested.
Do what?
DJ Cribber went live. He said Mega calls for Don Lemon to be arrested.
Oh, yeah. A lot of people are doing that right now.
What'd he do?
I have no clue. He probably said something stupid. Probably
I
tried
thought
to
that was
violence or
funny
something
when
like
he
that.
said that when women aren't in their prime or something to those women, and then they're like, "What? Excuse me?" And then he got fired for it.
I have no clue, but
So he was talking shit about this girl that was running for president. Her name was like Christy Nome or something. I forgot what her name was.
okay.
But she was
Talking smack about
awesome.
her.
If that's her, I don't remember what her name was. But anyways, he was like going off about her, saying how she's not in her prime because she's like 40 or something. And he's like, well, if you Google when a woman is in her prime, it'll tell you. And then the other girls are like, whoa, 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 whoa. What the fuck? And I just sit here wondering, like he must have actually Googled that. When is a woman in her prime? They just reading like the Google thing.
I'm not sure what he said recently. I just know he said something real stupid and might be
Yeah.
inciting violence, something like that.
I believe it. He definitely says fucking shit. Yes, so
Wake me up when that arrest happened. That's all I gotta say about that junk because I haven't seen any arrests.
right.
Clinton just walked away from testifying, and they were mandated to.
Right.
Didn't do nothing there.
That's like them letting P. Diddy out. I heard that P. Diddy's not even in jail anymore.
Really? Did he get a pardon, or his parole happened?
I have no idea. I just heard that he's not locked up anymore. You know how it is with those people with money, they get away with everything. My dad beat up my mom and he didn't get arrested because his grandpa was a sheriff.
Oof.
Not at the time, but he used to be. So he's got like connections and shit. Yeah, a bunch of bullshit. It just goes to show you that people get away with crooked shit. I almost did a 24-hour stream yesterday. I was like 21 and a half hours, and then my game kept crashing. I thought it was my computer, so that's why I got off, but I was reading, because sometimes when I Google shit, the only thing I can find that'll help me is comments on Reddit or something. So I was going through these Reddit comments and all the I guess it's a Path to Exile, the game itself problem, not my PC.
Okay, yeah, I heard that game crashes a lot.
Yeah, dude. This season has been buggy as fuck because they added all this new bullshit to it. So there's like all these new effects.
How strong is your PC?
It's pretty strong, but I still have everything on low, and it's still fucking laggy and choppy in some of the areas. So I'm thinking it might be the game itself, or maybe my GPU isn't what I thought it was. I got a 5070.
Alright.
It's not the regular 5070 though. It's not the 3-fan one. It's like a 2-fan.
The 12 gigabyte or
Yeah, it's
which
a 12
one is it?
gigabyte VRAM.
You want?
Yeah, it should definitely be good. I've played the game before and it's been just fine. It's just this season with all the new shit they added, it made it laggy. Or not? It's not laggy.
Yeah.
It's just when there's a bunch of like 100 things on the screen and there's like a huge explosion going off, and there's like ice and shit flying everywhere. That's whenever it starts to get. I even have all the shit turned down. Well, I don't have it turned down all the way. There's one more setting I can do, which is like it's in 1080p right now. I could put it in like 720 or
I want to do 720.
500 something. Yeah, no, I
You
did
know,
that.
570. I mean, you should be able to handle it. What's your RAM? What type of RAM do you have?
It's
DDR4, DDR5?
DDR5, 32 gigabyte, T-Force.
And yeah, that's something's wrong with the game.
Yeah, it's the game itself. I know, cause I played the game before and it ran just fine in the previous seasons. It's just this season, and the character I'm playing as has a bunch of ice shit that flies around.
And they broke the shit out of it, didn't?
Yeah. So I play as the druid just came out, and he's like a shapeshifter spellcaster guy, and you can shapeshift into like a werewolf, or werebear, or the hydra, the dragon thing. And I used to, when I played Diablo, I always preferred to be the bear, but I'm going with the wolf this time because I kind of like the wolf. And the bear seems too fucking slow. The wolf's fucking
I like to play Helldivers on a PC again, so I went down to 4 gigabytes, and
Just
you need at least
JK90
8
says,
minimum
Harold.
to barely run it.
Hey, just Jicky. How you doing?
And so when I get my new PC, and I'm gonna have 16 gigabytes of GDDR6, and
There you go.
yeah.
Yeah.
And if I get
RAM
the
definitely helps.
if I get the video, it's GDR7. But I found a good deal on a computer that has a red tag on it, so I'm gonna get that. Then from there I can work on it
What
and
is
Just
it?
upgrade with it.
JK90 says,
Huh?
I'm doing
Oh,
good.
it's
What are
a
you doing?
it's a overstock, so they mark it down.
Oh yeah.
People coming in?
That's just the NPC. What the hell? There's a player somewhere.
Yeah, he went over there.
I'm doing okay.
Yeah, but I'm like 150 on Helldivers. Got about everything that I've played a couple months ever since my other gaming PC went down. Kind of sucks.
Yeah, and the RAM and GPU and SSD prices all tripled, quadrupled in price.
Yeah, it says DDR5 and a 16 gigabyte AMD card.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
7700, I think. I think that's what it is. And I found it for $700. So that's usually a
That's really
$1,200
good.
computer. So yeah, I'm definitely get that, and from there I can go up to like a Ryzen 7 or Ryzen 5 3D XT, so that'll help me out with like streaming.
Yeah, anytime you get like $400 or $600 off, that's basically the graphics card for free.
Yeah.
Just,
If I need to, I go to like a 9060, like
Novella Princess
AMD
2
or
says, hello.
NVIDIA 5060.
Yeah, just don't get Intel. Intel sucks.
The new B80s are doing pretty decent. They've been working on those.
I heard that they crashed a lot.
They've actually fixed that problem.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, I've been watching a lot of like Moore's Law.
Just JK90
Been watching a lot of
says,
Moore's Law and a couple other
Hi,
PC
Novella.
guys, and they've been working on it, so they're gonna have a
Princess
newer set of
says,
graphics card, more up
"Hi,
to
just
date.
JK.
That's cool.
Whoa, behind us! Oh, they're up here. They're behind us, dude.
Yes, we got both of those guys down there.
No, up top, up top, up top.
One's almost dead, he's white. The other one's almost dead, he's white.
Gonna push.
I'm going. I think they're running. Oh, he's going in a jetpack. He's white.
They got killed by. They were. Oh, there they are. Another team
Oh, he just ran for it. No.
up there.
The other guy ran for it that way across the zip line. I almost had him in his white health.
We gotta go. We gotta go. We gotta go. There's snipers up there.
Okay, let's go.
Scosmo
Damn, I
says,
can't believe that guy got
Gotta
out.
run from there.
Hey, Cosmo.
Man, they really love us on that hilltop.
You see Beardo stream for like 7 hours yesterday? He was playing Pokemon like until 4 or 5. Well, for him, I don't even know what time it was for him. Because isn't he up on like the East Coast? Around Central Time or something. I'm not sure where Beardo lives.
just JK90
Oh,
says, "Hey Cosmo."
No way.
Scosmo says, "Hi JK."
Fuck, he's white. Damn it, why is everybody keep getting away? Boo.
I knocked that one. Oh, I'm out of.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm out of medium.
Yeah, I was out, but I just happened to find some. Oh. This is banana.
I got nothing to shoot.
I think it's Marty from.
I got nothing.
I got some bullets here. Hold on. Oh, that should do it. 142. Oh, peek it, I dare you. Oh God.
Let's do some medium ammo if you got any. Ah, perfect.
Don't forget to bring a towel.
Alright, they're fighting each other up top there now.
Yeah, they're being the shit out of the yellow guy.
Alright, guy landed up top there.
There he is. He's fucking dead. Let's go. He did not have a jetpack. You bastard. Oh, Jesus.
Whoa, boys. Check that,
Do you need more ammo? You got 500 now.
nah, I'm good. Got plenty.
Wait, check it out there.
Check that vending machine straight ahead. Might have
You can check
something.
the vending machine.
a doohickey in there.
I can buy some shell cakes. Oh.
Behind us.
They're shooting your person. That's animal abuse. You can't shoot that tiger. Or that lion. Oh God. Hey, whoa. Watch out, he's sniping. Sniping on this game is terrible. Oh, yeah, you better run. Oh, I almost got him. Just wait until I get warmed up, buddy. Fire me!
By the gas station.
Yeah, I didn't see exactly
Shit
where.
down on.
Oh, he's in here. Nice.
One knock.
Oh, did you get him? Yeah, I snapped him with the sniper. Oh, fuck, that was so close.
There's a guy on top of the building. He has a jetpack. I don't know where he went.
He went this way.
No, the guy knocked.
Oh, he's probably crawling around somewhere.
Boozbot says. 1 viewers, +1, 21 minutes and 8 seconds.
That's okay, he's not getting away. Oof, there's a whole other guy.
I'm hearing all kinds of snipers. Okay, he's up top
There
there.
he goes, that's the guy with the flying. Guy from the rocks trying to start me. I didn't do nothing to you, sir. Jesus, people. What the fuck is wrong? Damn, and they gotta buy those things for them. Oh.
Okay, what?
There's a
Okay, I got a
purple
set of bunkers.
Oh, they're right here on top of this mountain. Mountain. Fletcher.
They're fighting each other now.
Oh, I hit him 93. Ah, that was a good shot. Aw. Man.
You get him?
Yeah, I sniped this guy from 203 meters. I only hit him 93 in the foot, but I hit him while he was moving and jumping.
Oh, we got to push forward. I'm going left and around.
No, I shot the bush. You the bush. Yes, I saw that. Oh, motherfucker. Wait, time out. Time out, dude. Get some.
All right, here you go. Here's some good stuff in here.
I'll probably just take the wingsuit.
All right, we got 2 people left. One team.
Ooh. Oop.
I'll get on top on. Oh, there he is. Throwing bunker down.
What's he on? Oh, he's in a bunker.
They're right there. I'm gonna move forward.
Okay. Nice.
Got him.
Good job.
Sweaty little shits.
Woo. First match.
Just JK90 says. Nice.
Take it, take it.
All right. Okay. There it is. Are we? There.
Na 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 na.
Negan.
I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it. Yeah.
I am Negan.
That's what they say before they do a drive-by. I'm Negan.
Novella Princess 2 says. This should be interesting. It's been months since I played Fortnite with Xbox controller lol.
What up, my Negan? You haven't played with the Xbox controller? Xbox controller, yeah. I haven't used a controller since now. I didn't even have one hooked up to my computer. I've had my white PlayStation controller that came with my PlayStation 5, and it doesn't have stick drift, and I've had my PlayStation for like over like at least 2 years,
Hmm.
and it still doesn't have stick drift.
Novella Princess 2
Nice.
says.
Yeah,
The
but
controls are
that's
opposite
because
from Nintendo
I
lol.
I use multiple controllers. I don't just use like the same controller over.
Guess we're going down there.
Yeah.
I got footsteps. I got a shotgun.
Incoming
Dando
ad break.
says, incoming ad break.
Oh yeah, Doom. Come here.
I
Come here.
got some minis for you.
Got a little present for you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I just feel like the trajectory with the snipers are inconsistent. Because
It
sometimes
has been, yeah.
I'll shoot it and I'm pretty sure like it's gonna hit and it like whiffs the fucking guy or some bullshit.
No.
But I don't miss this much sniping in Call of Duty and Battlefield. And then when I play this game, it just makes me feel like I suck. I'm just like, what the fuck? Makes me not even want to use the sniper in Fortnite, but I have to still use it because I like sniping. I gotta keep trying, damn it.
I used it. And I ain't got anything else, but I prefer not to.
Yeah. I'm just primarily a sniper. I identify as a sniper. That's what my pronouns are, sniper. Here you coming, JK?
Another wingsuit.
I will take that.
Ooh.
Keep rolling. Also, I've been playing Path to Exile 2, and as I leveled up,
Gold Rush.
I found like these spirit gems. They're like low level, right? And I remember from playing the game previously that people like to buy those gems for like a lot of money for some reason. So I ended up selling 2 of them for like a shitload of fucking like currency or the orbs or whatever. And then I got a shitload of gear. So now I'm rocking and rolling. Yeah, I think I'd rip myself off on one of them though. Because the price set was one thing the day before, and then I think the price went up massed overnight, and I didn't check. And then I lowered the price, and then some guy came and bought it. And then I went and checked the price, and I was like, fuck! I could've got a lot more. But it's not too big a deal, it's just money. Or bullshit. It's not like I'm missing out on much. Once you get high level, you start finding all that shit all the time. And I bought a bunch of good shit for cheap because for some reason people list shit for cheap because they don't know what they have and they don't. Like a lot of people are on console and they can't use the trade website like the PC player can, and they don't want to do it on their phone like I used to do. And I don't blame them because it sucks. But you miss out on not knowing what your item's worth.
Found your boss, JK?
Oh, and then they added this tab now where you can have your items be sold while you're not even playing the game. Or you don't have to do the trades yourself, like player. Like someone could just buy your shit from your stash. Sweet. It's kind of like how World of Warcraft is. Like an auction house kind of thing.
There you go, JK.
Yeah, there you go. Run.
Stick of truth.
I'll grab that.
That's all the way down
Way
there.
over there.
Jesus Christ. Hey, why does that happen, dude? We get so fucking unlucky. Oh, but they added new, oh shit, there's people here. They added new, like, levels to that game. So, like, there's a 4th act now. And I don't know if there's a 5th or a 6th act, but there's at least a 4th one. And it's like a pirate theme. So, like, you sail from island to island in the boat. And it's cool as fuck. And then one of the bosses was like a pirate captain, and he was kind of like Davy Jones looking thing. He was like a big octopus guy.
Hey, no one's claimed the stick yet? That's crazy.
I claim it, I'm just not there yet. Oh,
Yep,
fuck,
I think I
I got it. Here's a chug jug.
I got one. There's a guy right down here.
Guy by us. By
Yeah,
Novella.
it's up here on the mountain. Nice.
Team up there, top of the mountain.
Oh yeah, way the fuck up there. Huh. 98 on the left one. Oh, he's running. Oh, I knocked him. Oh, that was awesome shot. I'm learning the trajectory of this fucking piece of
Doomiverse
shit
says,
motherfucking thing.
Flip.
Fucking wreck, son.
I'm down, I'm down, I'm down.
Stream
No.
Elements says, Link.
It's okay, I put it right back up again.
Get him, get him, get him, get him.
Oh, I forgot I have that dumbass chucker. Oh, shoot.
Up, you can. It's here. Keep reviving.
Cracked. He just lasered me.
It's Unreal Player.
Of course he is.
Oh my god.
Final storm.
Gonna be the water's edge.
I'm about to die. Ooh. Right out of the sky.
Wow.
I'm coming, I didn't realize you were still alive. Run! Come with me and you'll see your world's imagination.
Over there.
Oh,
Got a team behind you. One's flying in behind you.
I know, I'm trying. Come on, Woo.
Yeah, he's flying away.
Behind us, behind us, behind us.
We got flying white.
Whoa!
There they are right there.
Yeah, watch out for that. Those guys wings.
Yeah, so I don't know if
I got the oh, they're shooting my AI man. I'm not sure where the stick was used. Oh, shit.
it's
You gotta see my body,
straight ahead.
JK.
Blue light.
Okay, get in. No, Novella.
Oh, oh.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Novella. I'm coming in. Oh, fuck. I'm even
There's that on a player again.
Oh,
Yeah, is that
that's
10,000 wins and an 8.18.
Jesus Christ.
Fallen
We're
Reap.
losing everybody.
10,000 wins with the 8.1.
10,000 wins.
That's ridiculous.
Wow.
Yeah, that's the one that.
Scosmoid says. LOL work.
19 people left.
Something make that young stuff.
Novella Princess 2 says. Cosmo help LOL.
Hold up.
Scosmoid says. LOL backslash.
No. Here's a boofs. America.
Good try.
Oh my
There's that Fallen Reaper
god.
team. Fallen
Doomiverse
Angel,
says.
Twitch TV.
Clip.
Oh yeah, the Fallen Reaper guy is the 10,000 guy.
Stream
10,000
Element
wins.
Yeah.
says. Link.
Yeah.
Boo.
You think you play too much?
Novella Princess 2 says.
Right.
Please only 135 LOL.
Only 135 what?
Just JK90 says.
Which of the
That
following
dude
are the
needs to
reasons
go
for
out
learning
and
to
touch
rip
grass.
tops?
Novella Princess 2 says. Crowns. Novella Princess 2 says. I had over 200 last season LOL.
10,000 overall wins. Holy shit. 8 point something KD. Yeah. You've been playing a while.
Yeah, I got it. It's ridiculous. He must just play like in a squad all the time and never play by himself or something. Yeah, I tried playing Apex recently and it's fucking sweaty, but it's really fun. I was just watching the MLG tournament thing And there's like a new character apparently, and she can like make like a portal and go through the wall. And I was like, what the fuck? And you can unlock all the characters for free if you play enough. You get those points over time, and then I think you just need like 10,000 or 13,000 points or something to unlock a new character. Oh, and then every certain amount of levels or something, you get a Apex pack, and it's like a lottery casino bullshit where you get some random item or skin for something. There's people that spend like hundreds and thousands of dollars on those stupid packs just so that you could get the what are they called?
Where are we going?
It's like a very unique weapon on Apex. Ah, fuck. The heirloom, yeah. And whenever you're sprinting with it, if you have an heirloom, it's
I
in
see
your
at
hand.
least one team here. Already getting shot at.
I got this guy's for Narnia. I think there's two teams here that are fighting each other.
Pushing the valve down.
No, Novella. Where did Novella die?
Up top over there.
Nope, that's it.
You got team wipe on one.
Ooh.
The other road team's coming up.
Got the Avatar bite. You will indeed be the last servant. He had a gold motherfucking hammer and shotgun.
Let's see if I can get to Novella's card.
Where is her card?
Oh wait, I got money. Never mind. I got money.
Money. Oh yeah, there's money over the ground. There's another blue, did I? I can run over here real quick. How far are you? Here, just let me run over here real quick. Saving money. Nah.
No, I got it.
There's another blue twin hammer shotgun. He had over 200 crowns last season. That's pretty good, Novella. I have a friend named Sakura, and she's got over 1,400 crowns right now. But that's because she only plays Blitz. And her lobbies aren't fucking sweaty like mine. Except for whenever I play with her, she's stuck in my sweaty lobbies, and she's like, and then they're always saying that everybody's cheating.
Somebody in a reboot van over there.
Oh. Damn you, Nevada.
Shot at.
It's white. I'm fucking better than this thing. Some enemy knocked him. Damn. There's a blue rifle and blue shotgun. Oh, here he is, right here on the roof. Where's Ryan? Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. There's some barrels here. 11. Nice. I love you, boots.
Thank you.
Oh, nice. Thank you. There's some crowns here, but it's not safe over here. Oh yeah, it's really not safe. I refreshed them. 89. One more crying. I'm dropping the thing. There's a purple shotgun. Psst. Nope. There's a whole team right here. Nice. Nice. There's a mythic shotgun here and a gold rifle. I need these. Where is it?
It's us versus 3 other people.
What's that juice? I don't see it. Oh, it is. What's it doing? It's so... There's 2 people left.
Over there. Down. There's another one. Got him.
Good job, guys. We lost a... I can stay out if he wants to play.
Real team. Okay, he's got his buddy back up. Got 3 of them.
Nice rating, I guess. This shit they want. This shit they need. Use it. Hey, do you know how many RAM slots your motherboard is gonna have? Does it have 2 or 4 RAM slots?
Right there. I go to Yeah, team to your right. Always one person. Oh.
Oh, I forgot they had Quint. Oh my god, I could have played the whole time. Eehon, eehon. Well, I'll give you guys a break from my lobby. Yeah, it was Nevilla's lobby for real. No, I'm just kidding. We gotta get Novella a parrot. That'll talk for her.
Novella Princess 2 says. Really?
I'm sorry, Novella. I just like picking on you.
Novella Princess 2
I
says.
get a good reaction out
Haha.
of you. And you don't get tips set on SQN, so that's good. sometimes I screw around with people and they're like, "What the fuck are you doing? We gotta be serious." I'm like, "Oh god." Didn't realize we were in
Skosmoid
court.
says, LOL. Novella Princess 2 says, LOL.
What do you guys want? That sounds like a terrible place to land. Oof.
Doomiverse says, so Den Hawken. Stream Elements says, shout out to Den Hawken, go check out their channel here, link Den Hawken. Doomiverse says, so Novella Princess. Stream Elements says, shout out to Novella Princess, go check out their channel here, link Novella Princess.
There's a jump pad for you. Oh, I think you went underwater. Lights. There you go. It's right behind that boat. You gotta throw it again. Don't throw it near the water like I did. Just some cheesy poos. Oh shit. Coming. Oh. Two of them. Ooh, ouch. And shot. Damn, I ain't gonna shoot no more. Jeez. Oh shit.
Got kill flyers?
Oh. I got 167. Boo. Do you think there's too many jetpacks in the game? And that everybody should have a jetpack?
Incoming ad
says,
break.
Incoming ad break.
So, I don't know, they just kinda all flew right in there like that. It was kinda nice. Oh sh. Fuck me. Oh, that's messed up. Oh, my cape's giving me away too. Run. Go back to that door. Oh, you still went through the door. Oh, he saw me. What? How did he even know I was there? I would not go in that tunnel. Oh my god, run! Careful, it's dangerous in there. Jesus Christ. That one didn't count.
Novella Princess 2 says,
Doom. Yeah, that's right, Novella, your lobbies are doomed. Oh, I watched the new 28 Years Later movie finally. And it's pretty good. I feel like it's too short though. I feel like it was like a really long episode of The
Novella
Walking Dead.
Princess 2 says, LOL.
But if you watched it, both of the 28 Years movies together, back to back, I think it would be better. But yeah, just don't look down. I heard the Emperor. We'll just say they didn't mind those. Execute order 66. Execute order 66 will make a gate and a check to it. Only kill white Jedi.
There by the record machine, I knew he must have been about 17. The beat was going strong, playing my favorite song, and I could tell
Give it a
it
listen,
wouldn't
man.
be long that he was
Novella. Friendly faces everywhere. Homophobes are not temptation. Where you guys want to end? To the trees.
Skosmoid says, Novella.
Novella.
Doomiverse says, Raid. Stream Elements says, download Raid, Shadow Legends now and reach the goals to support the stream link the Doomiverse.
I think Beardo could do a 12-hour stream if he just played Pokemon the whole time. And that guy just gave him Pokemon the whole stream. I think Beardo would sit there for 12 hours. He'd be like, fuck yeah, dude, you would give me so much. That one guy that gives Beardo all those Pokemon, he should record himself, or stream himself playing Pokemon and him capturing all that shit, because that's crazy. He's fucking pretty insane. Oh, Jesus. Okay, well. Oops. Oh, missed that. I messed that up too. Huh. Oh my god. Oh, oh. Woo-hoo. in trouble. So much trouble. Oh. It's the end. It's our first straight power. No, oh. Oh, he's gritty now. Good. Fuck you, it's no.
Skosmoit says. LOL.
Oh, I tried. Slurp.
Man.
Way up the steps. Somebody's coming down.
Don't bring me down. Ah, that fucking lady pisses when I stood. Oh yeah, so my. Oh. Okay. Nice. Ooh. Fast monkey. Funky monkey. There's a jetpack here and a blue rifle.
Hey, come on.
Hey, sorry for my late arrival. How's it going?
Good, how are you? Well, hold on. What's going on out there? Nice. Whoa, oh, that's from the back, I think. There, give her the rock. Oh, oh, sweet. Take it, take it. Talk about it faster.
Any stuff over here?
Yeah. Amen. Oh god. Really fucking nice. You just shit me. There's no way. Hey, don't fucking do that. What the hell? Come out. Oh. Jesus Christ. This is the guy from the mountain. Who is this? How are you leaving, Jen?
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh, his mic's cut out.
Skosmoit says. Fortnite PBBTBT.
Hey, you guys still want to play? Play.
Fit in like one or two.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, I don't think I want to pull like a late night or anything like that. I've already been passing in and out as is.
Oh yeah. It's time to
Yeah,
do it.
last night's repo stream was fun, but I think I was pushing it with that one, especially on a
Yeah.
work night.
Yeah. I know Beardo streamed for like almost 8 hours playing Pokemon. Pokemon.
Okay, let's see where to. I guess here.
Where do you want to go?
marked the spot already, right below us.
So we're going to Cartman Land. Cartman Land, here we go. Ah! No,
Actually,
just
I
kidding.
voted Humble Hills.
I know, I'm just funny.
Got one team flying in.
Oh boy. Time to go. Where the f am I?
Nice.
I don't know how I made it out through all of that. I had like an entire team near me. I just had to like peek in and out with a shotgun and hope that they didn't unload a shit ton of rounds on me.
Some silver rounds. Uh-oh. Novella, no.
Oh damn.
Come Novella.
Let's see if I can retrieve Novella's card.
Oh, where is he?
I got it.
Oh, wow.
Now, I am probably going to die.
Oh shit, me too. Oh my god. Not my golf cart. Quick in the car. Time to leave. Oh god.
Oh shit.
Oh god.
Over there. Go, go, go. Ah! Don't let the backpack be exposed.
Yeah, no, that's why I did a big drift.
Oh my goodness. Alright, found minis.
Is there a machine here? Thank you. Oh, here we go. Oh,
Oh, above you!
it's fucking sexy Sandy's run. Nice.
Oh, get. Oh, come on.
I'm coming on.
Am I gonna be allowed even a moment's breather? Oh, 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 oh.
You can breathe when you did.
Shit, sorry. I left you behind, Doomiverse.
You're good.
Ow, ow, ow. The gold, I can buy your card, reboot you here.
Dead and gone, the old me's dead and gone, yeah. Been driving on this road too long, too long. Trying to find a way to zone, too zone. I lost my crown.
Seriously, where are all those shield potions?
Oh, here. Where have all the shield potions
in front of us.
gone? Get him. I'll try to kill him. Shouldn't do that. Oh no.
Ow!
Incoming shitzel.
There's my shotgun.
Oh. This is. Eat your stupid snacks. I love cheesy proof. I love cheesy proof. Cheesy proof. Oh, we got your airbags.
Up there.
Oh, told you.
Oh, no. Forget that. Get out of here.
Of course. And good. Save yourselves. Good job. Jesus. Good lord. Fast monkey. Funky monkey.
Think JK's in trouble.
Yes. Remember me.
Go, go,
Thank
go.
you, thank you. Oh god, Annabelle, get in. Oh. Shut it. Very not good strong signals. Alright, but in. Whoa. I thought catching on fire. Come on. He's sipping it. Oh shit. That damn biker. Good. Alright, there's 3 teams left. 9 people. So divide that into however many teams. At least 3 people a team probably. Coming right at the cell. Can't see where that guy. They're on the hat. Just behind the tree. Nice. Let's just get it away.
Yeah.
Okay. Good job, Miguel. Good job. Oh, motherfucker. It's pretty light. Do they have on top? Damn. There's an iron of it, they don't know.
Oh well, it was not a bad run.
Yeah, it was good. Well, thanks for playing. Hope you have a good night.
Oh yeah, thanks for having me, brief as it was.
Oh, yeah, no problem.
Okay.
Good night.
Well, I best start winding down, so you all have a good night. Until next time.
You too.
Later, Camo.
I'll see you later. It will still be forever. Do, 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 do. Staying lit, novella. 82 grams. Yeah, yeah. That's my dog. That's my dog. That's my dog. That's my dog. Shoot. That's my dog. That's my dog. Shoot. My dog. That's my dog. Shoot. That's my dog. That's my dog. That's my dog. Shoot. That's my dog. That's my dog. Shoot. That's my dog. That's my dog. Shoot. That's my dog. Oh shit, that's my dog, motherfucker. The house, son. I think they got rid of the Beach Boys song. I haven't heard the Beach Boys song in a long time. Surfing USA, bum bum bum. Alright. attention. Make sure to bring it down so you don't get all wet, motherfucker. Yeah. All right. That's right. Here comes the color. Okay, right. Bam, bam, bam. Oh.
I knocked one of them over there.
There's like 3 of them right here.
'89. Stick of truth.
You can do it.
I'm gonna go for it. So one got it. Jeez.
What the fuck, he one-shot me with the shotgun. Ooh, that's streamer. Get down on it. Get down on it. Oh, I think that jumped out way too far. Oh, actually, that's okay. Thank you. Ooh, jump out.
Pando
Incoming ad
says,
break.
incoming ad break.
There's a jetpack right here if we need it.
I'll have to go back for it. Yeah. Oh, it is one damage here. Let me just throw some. Damn. I just took another. Watch that novella. Oh. I just stole someone's skin. Boss man, boys. Oh.
Good shot.
I am. Oh, that's not what I wanted. No! Watch out, they're coming, Neville, run. It's gold, start pickaxing. Usually. Oh. Oh, I wasn't looking. Yeah, it's still winter. I just didn't have any fucking health devices. Good try. Damn, Storm. Storm! Alright, guys, I think I'm gonna get off for a bit and go jump on my other game. Thanks for playing.
Good playing with you.
Yeah, it was good playing. Hope you guys have a good night.
You too.
If you guys are still on later, I might come back and play more.
Okay.
Alright, I will see you guys in a bit.
Good night.
Bye. Adios. I didn't have to leave. Thank you for playing a Bill and JK. Thank you, thank you. If you guys still want to play in a bit, I will play in a bit. I just want to take a break of Fortnite for a minute. Damn. Sweaty lobbies. Alright, let's hope Path of Exile works, or I don't know what I'm gonna do. Oh, it worked. Damn right. Damn right. I wanted to check the raid Shadow Legends thing real quick. Damn, I'm still at 2 people. I need 8 people to download this game, and I got less than 2 days left. You just click my raid Shadow Legends link, and then you download the game, and then I think you just gotta complete the tutorial. So far, 2 people have done it. I just need 8 people to do it. I was trying to get some money for my internet bill. For my internet. Thank you. I would appreciate it. It'll take you to this grab tab page, and then you just click on the Raid Shadow Legends and download it. Someone got 2,000 points, and someone got... One of these is still like a history, I know that. I don't know who the other one is. Thank you, Still A. Thank you. Shout out, Still A History. I'll give it a shout out. I could have sworn to give him a shout out earlier.
Doomiverse Eat says. So steal leg of a story.
Steal leg of his story.
Stream Elements says. Shout out to Steal Leg of a Story. Go check out their channel here. Link Steal Leg of a Story.
I was almost thinking of making a new character. Because if I can get another spirit gem and get a shitload of I just need to figure out what level I was. So it's on this screen. Oh, that's very interesting. It's gonna let me back in there. Oh, I didn't get to fight the boss. I was in the middle of fighting the boss when the game fucking tweaked out. I don't even get my portal back to wherever the fuck I was. I've never gotten this far before in the game, or well, I have, but it was in the version in the last season before this act came out. And now, let me go back to where I was looking. There's a 4th act. Like, at first there was only 3. Now there's a 4th one. I don't know if there's a 5th and a 6th one though. But yeah, I think we're about halfway through it. I'm so excited. I just can't hide it. Ooh.
Best not scare the locals.
And watch this. You like it? Oh, did not click it. Where's the lady?
Yes?
Can we go to the
Thanks
hideout
for the
from here?
chat.
I think that's the only way to access that thing is from.
Sold it.
Oh yeah,
Hey.
she's got. I got a divide. The only thing is you can't.
Someone is bound to buy that.
Oh my. Good lord.
Is that a good price for that? I have no idea.
I don't know either. Oh, I did the wrong one. Uh-oh.
Hopefully people don't mind the price increase. Someone is bound to buy that. Seems like a good deal. I'll do what I can to sell it for you. Price drop.
Some of these don't sell, I'm getting mad. We don't need no education. Boom, 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 boom. We don't need no thought control. I said one, not two. I'm supposed to.
Is that a good price for that? I have no idea.
I don't know either, lady. Your guess is as good as mine. Ooh.
BRJ9145 says, Doomie's a machine.
Hey, BRJ. Hey, I had my mouth open like that yesterday because I was looking at something and this guy's like, close your mouth, faggot, or something. How you doing, BRJ? Dude, what the hell? I got a 10-minute penalty from the trade website? That's a bit odd.
BRJ9145 says, doing well. How's the stream going so far?
It's going good. Thank you for asking. I'm just uploading some stuff. Oh, here, let me go. Some shit away. Hey, you do shit. I don't even know. There's a whole lot of love in this. God damn it, I'm bumped it. Bum, 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 bum. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, yeah. How much currency do I have? So you're telling me that I can't use the Path of Exile? Yeah. It always makes me sign in with my freaking account, even though I've done this a million times. I wish you could stay signed into your account. Sometimes it does, but it's just pain in my ass. Oh, wrong thing.
BRJ9145 says, so what's gonna be your caffeine of choice for the 24 hours?
Just some root beer. I got a little bit of root beer left, and then some water after that. Give me 1 second here. Faithful leggings. Oh. Okay.
BRJ9145 says, "Oh, root beer doesn't usually have caffeine, but I probably shouldn't have told you that until the stream ends."
Are you serious? Huh. I didn't know that. Well, that's interesting. I wonder how I've been surviving. I did a 24-hour stream.
BRJ9145 says, "The sugar will help though, and the taste."
I did a 24-hour stream yesterday.
BRJ9145 says, "Yeah, but that's because you're a machine."
Yeah, but this game started fucking up, and so I got off. But I did like 21 and a half hours or 20 and a half hours. I could have done the other couple hours, but I didn't want to play Fortnite or a different game. I just wanted to play this at the time. Dan, you think this guy will sell this to me for 5 results?
BRJ9145 says, "Haha, you lasted longer than the game? That means you're more powerful than a machine."
Damn, so these are expensive. Ooh, 1 chaos orb. Sell it to me. Too bad some of these people don't have that thing where you can buy it from there. I don't even know how you would do that though. These are good ones.
BRJ9145 says, "Forget AI, just hook Doomiverse up to our systems and give him some root beer and we'll won't need the rare earth metals."
That's funny. Wow, this one's a good one.
Kasasuba says, like the stream, support Doomiverse.
Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. How you doing, Katsuba? Increased armor and energy shield. That's what I was trying to type. There it is. How come it wasn't showing up? Oh my god, look at these ones. Motherfuckers AFK. Oops. Oh no, what did I do?
Kasasuba says, I'm back at streaming after the week fast. It was hard.
Your boots. Please. That's what she said. That's cool. How was it? How did everything go? "13 lightning resistance? You gotta be shooting. There's no way. Fire, cold, and lightning? Holy shit. Damn, but the lightning is so low. Oof, to cold, lightning. $223. That one has all three under them. $50 exiles.
Kasasuba says, I just spent time listening to the Word of God and spending quality time with my family.
There you go, that sounds awesome. That's what I need to do one of these days. I'm debating on whether to buy these boots.
BRJ9145 says, Kasasuba nice.
What boots am I wearing? This. Oh god. Yeah, we definitely need boots. Let's see here. I need lightning.
Kasasuba says,
Didn't I buy a
feel
pair of
refreshed
gloves?
and ready to stream again.
Well, that's good. I thought I bought a pair of gloves. Well, if you end up playing Fortnite tonight or tomorrow, let me know and I'll play with you. Play some Fortnite. I guess I did not buy a pair of gloves. Well, shit. I'm tempted to buy these
Kasasuba
boots.
says, Ola BRJ9145. Kasasuba says, I will do that.
These ones are cheaper though. I wish this guy would sell me his. He's got awesome boots. Damn, I don't want to pay 50 fucking things. Shit, what do I do?
Kasasuba says, I tried Star Wars Outlaws tonight. So far it's not a good game.
Yeah, I have Star Wars Outlaws. I didn't beat it. I didn't finish it. I was excited to play it, and then, yeah. I'm pretty sure I have it. I'm actually pretty sure I do have it. Damn. I'm gonna leave this one up. I'm gonna open up a new one because what are these called? Faithful Leggings.
BRJ9145 says, Kasasuba, I was just reminded of that game watching Gary's video on Kathleen Kennedy.
Ooh, chaos resistance. Oh, I just kind of went for that one. Shake, 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 shake it. If I get any of these boots, I'm just gonna resell them.
Kasasuba says. So glad Kennedy is gone, but the damage has been done.
Yeah.
BRJ9145 says. Kasasuba right? And her proteges are still taking over.
Right.
BRJ9145 says. I gotta go make lunch for tomorrow. Be back in a bit.
Alright, BRJ. Have a good time making that lunch. Get down on it. Get down on it. There will be no chaos resistance on my boots, apparently. Unless we sacrifice run speed. Oh no, you're not gonna make me sacrifice run speed, are you?
Kasasuba says. Okay, BRJ9145, enjoy your lunch.
It's gonna give me a hard time regardless. Sell me your boots.
Kasasuba says. How far are you along in the game, Doom?
I'm in the 4th act. There's actually like a new act in the game. The 4th act this season. Let's see here. I'm level 53. I'm a shapeshifter
Kasasuba
druid.
says. Oh cool.
Yeah, so I turn into like a werewolf. Yeah, I've found some good stuff and I've sold it for like a lot of like money and shit like this. And then I got some stuff right now because I'm trying to do some trades. And then yeah, I've bought myself a bunch of gear and stuff. So that's what I'm doing right now is I'm trying to buy myself a pair of boots. So I'm looking up boots. Boots with the fur, This one has cold resistance. Damn, these are so freaking expensive.
Kasasuba says. A werewolf.
Yeah. Yeah, there's also a, you can also be, let's see if it'll do it. You can also be the bear. And then there's also a wyvern dragon. So yeah, you could be a dragon, and you can breathe fire. Bear's pretty, or the bear.
Kasasuba says.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, I'm just a wolf spec right now, so I'm the wolf. But you can do whatever you want to do, and you don't even have to shapeshift if you don't want it. He's also a spellcaster, so if you just want to use his spells. Yeah, that's pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. And then I have this ring that mirrors my opposite ring, so it's like you're wearing two of the same rings. So yeah, just let me get a pair of boots going real quick. I'll try to hurry. I don't want to spend forever doing this. I'm just seeing what I can get. I just try to be cheap and get something cheap. Usually at first, and then I go from there. This will be a good one. Doesn't have any resistances on it, but that's okay.
Kasasuba says. Okay, it's midnight here, so going to sleep, but drop those likes, chat.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, this one's a wonderful one. Have a good night, Kasasuba. Let me give you a shout out in the chat.
Doomiverse says.
Uh-oh.
So Kasasuba. Stream Elements says.
Green.
Shout out to Kasasuba, go check out their
Green
channel
Eye
here.
Freak. He
Link
wants
Kasasuba.
for 5 exiles.
Kasasuba says. Thank you and you have a great stream, Doomiverse.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Have a good night. Green Eye Freak for 5 exile. Oh. Thank you. Run! Take the boots and run, motherfucker, run, motherfucker, run. Alright, what boots did we get? These 5 exile ones right here. I think it's these ones. No. Wait, this one's right here. Lookalike. Thank you, Lookalike, for your boots. Now they're not fancy with resistances or nothing, but that's okay. Is this the armor one? $271. Yeah, another socket. I can only have one socket. Interesting. Okay, so we got a pair of boots. Now let's see what kind of gloves he was wearing. Ancient cuffs. Oop, where am I going? Some chaos rays would be nice. Damn. If this Chinese guy would sell me that, I'd be very happy. Wow. Damn. 6 chaos resistance, what the hell? How about, we'll say at least 15, and then say about 70 would be nice. Oh god. $50. Okay, well, we're just gonna take this off because there's no way. $20 huh? I just need to do a quick trade. That's a good one. Come on, Mr. Chinaman.
Oh, might break for lunch soon.
Oh. Damn, I don't want to buy those.
You've been here a while, friend.
Who was it? The China guy?
Oh, it's you. All right, your order is registered.
Okay, man. For 20 exiles. Nice. Do you believe in magic? Oh, 70. I did not see that. That is gonna be a long time from now. Alright, well. So for something I could wear like right now. Oh, these are level 70 gloves. Oh. Oh. That makes some sense. Well, we got some work to do. Hey, I wonder if not Astromentus, but yeah, let's look up that. Nice.
You've been here a while, friend.
Someone. Do you not have the whatever it's called?
You can't find something? I can order most things in, you know.
What is that bell? Here it is. Do I even have 20 exiles? I don't even have 20 exiles. get 33. And that stuff, so yeah.
Oh, it's you. Praise rock for 20 exiles. Yeah, I'm just gonna save my money. Alright, let's go do something. Let's just screw it around. Just close all this stuff. I'll leave this trade website open because I don't want it to sign me out again. Alright, I'm just gonna run a P real quick and I'll be right back and then I'm gonna play, I promise.
Incoming
Pando
ad
says,
break.
Incoming ad break. BRJ9145 says, "K, I'm back and Doomy left." BRJ9145 says,
Holy
"Are
crap.
we watching Chedivers or the Doomy Share
It's
stream?"
cold. Sorry, I had to pee. I haven't peed in a while. Okay, I'm back and Doomy left. Yeah, I did in fact leave. You caught me. You in fact caught me, yeah. But at least I'm done with the trade website, at least for right now.
BRJ9145 says,
It's okay,
"It's
Beardo.
okay, Beardo."
I know, I probably pee more than he does. I'm terrible. I'm so fucking cold. I'm ready to put on a second sweatshirt. I just hope I don't get that error with the game again.
BRJ9145 says, "I mean, you have that empty root beer bottle."
Hey, it's not empty. It's still got some in it.
BRJ9145 says, "Oh okay, don't use it until it's empty, that would be a waste of good root beer."
Good beer.
Ticket.
2 exiles, let's go. So called burn, motherfucker.
MariNext305 says, hey.
Hello, Marinex. How you doing? Hope you're having a good night.
Yowie, maggots!
MariNext305 says, yeah, I'm great.
Nice, that's good to hear.
MariNext305 says, how are you doing today?
It's a secret. I'm just kidding. I'm alright. Doing better than I was earlier. How are you doing? Burn, motherfucker, burn, motherfucker, burn. I heard someone say something. What was it? Where am I at? So, Magma Twins, Crystal Waterkin. So I think this is one of them.
You don't bring soul fight! Ah, you bloated tyrant! I'll cut you down to size! Enough with the stalking!
Finish him.
You've stuffed your face long enough.
This piece has writing too. I have some sense of the meaning.
Give me everything you recall, no matter how insignificant. We must try to translate them.
Strange what lingers and what's lost. Oh, I'd give much to know my past.
As a child, I was sent to live among the Asmari with my brother and sister. But before that, I lived somewhere else. Somewhere with great works of stone and metal and glass. And a kind, smiling face. A woman's face. I haven't thought about this in thousands of years. It's a mortal memory, faded to static.
Don't get distracted. Keep the thought in your mind.
Don't get distracted.
You must find the last piece. Now go. We will work on this.
Look for the last
We will
piece.
work on this. Burn, motherfucker, burn, burn, motherfucker, burn. So I still need to kill the Magma Twins. Magma Twins, the Mega Twins, the Magma Twins.
I'm not ready yet. Vigilant freaks!
Idolaki says, just dipped in Tiki, say hi bro.
Hey, how you doing? I take a dogs.
Idolaki says, hope ta well.
I was watching your stream earlier with everybody. Hope you guys had a good time.
MariNext305 says, yeah, I'm great.
Nice, nice. Hope you have a good night, dogs.
Marinax 305 says, BTW, I'm first time on your stream.
Oh, thank you. I was talking to my friend Dogs, by the way.
Idoakiadogs says, I'm all good. I hope to hit up some Fortnite with Ta soon. Bro.
Yeah, I was gonna come get on while you guys were playing, but you guys already had a full party, so I was like, I'll just let you guys do your thing. And then so I ended up getting on.
Idoakiadogs says,
That's okay, we can play
yeah,
inside.
age scene bro.
Risen from the fire.
Marinax 305 says, for you daily
I
streamers.
need more time for that.
Yeah, I streamed
Idoakiadogs
it.
says, respect.
The mountain spawn lies shackled.
There we go. I did it.
Marinax 305 says, great.
Back to the boat.
Marinax 305 says, or you PC player or PS.
I play on the PC.
Marinax 305 says, alright.
I'm gonna get back to the boat, but it won't let me.
We maggots. I need more time for that.
Yeah. Beat me up, Scotty.
Marinax 305 says, by the way, where you from?
I'm from the USA. Snack that smiles back. Goldfish, motherfucker, yeah, bro. Motherfucker, yeah, bro. Motherfucker.
How can I be of
What can I do? Hail.
Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Calling her phone.
Marinax 305 says, can I ask you something if you don't mind?
Sure, yeah. Is it about graphics? Ooh. With a couple of excellents at least.
MurrayNex305 says, do you have Instagram account? I'd like to show you something there.
If it's graphics, then no, thank you. I don't need it. So 20. I'm gonna sell all three of those for 20.
Yeah, do come again.
Have an order? What's new? Seems like a good deal. Someone is bound to buy that. I'm sure someone will want that.
Alright, well.
Hail.
Did she sell anything? I gotta take the treasure map to recover it.
Hail.
Follow me and everything is alright.
Ah! This must be the foolish Pakarui. Get over here.
Good day. That's most of the map now, but I can't quite make out the destination. We need one more piece. Where to?
I'm working on it.
Batten down the hatches!
Like we still have 3 islands to go, and this is one of them.
Doomiverse says, raid. Doomiverse says, follow. Stream Elements says, download Raid, Shadow Legends now and reach the goals to support the stream link the Doomiverse. Doomiverse says, Discord. Doomiverse says, Dono. Stream Elements says, join my Discord link. Stream Elements says, I live stream daily, please follow and / or subscribe to support me. Thank you so much for your time. YouTube, link Twitch, link Rumble. Stream Elements says, link Kick, link Twitter /X, link TikTok, link Doomiverse.
Yet a warrior.
Stream
but
Elements
soon
says,
you will
any
be.
donations are appreciated. Thank you so much.
Collect
Link.
one strike egg. If you feel you cannot go on, turn back. You can always try again next season. We seek to build wisdom and strength, not to destroy you. A corpse does your tribe no good. No matter what you choose to do, return with a grand tale of what you faced. Tabakai, chieftain of the Tupuhama tribe.
How many Karawee died in the pursuit of these eggs?
So yes, man.
Your leg away!
Scourge of the Skies. That doesn't sound good. It's gonna be a big fucking bird. Damn, there's something.
Another of these shrines, just as ancient as the last.
kill.
Oh, here's the big bird. Oh my god, no way.
Natural creature. I need more time for that.
It's the bird from the trials.
Oh, what is wrong with you? I'm not ready yet. Let us be ready. Further this way.
Getting out of this bloody nest. Over here, will you? Kalamoana.
Aye,
Thought you're
we
kind.
were.
Then lucky me. One of the last druids of Skoth on Rayclast. Here to rescue me. I am an elder of the Trugohama tribe. It grieves me what became of your people.
You heard about that?
Of course I did. We Karui may keep to ourselves, but that does not mean we close our eyes to the world beyond our shores. Now, allow me to repay you. Old Martiki offers you the chance to earn the blessing of our ancestors. Let us return to your ship. I will show you the way to our most sacred place, the Eye of Hinekora. From there, I will speak for you to enter our halls of the dead. You will be tested, but also rewarded. Farewell.
Still need the nappies. Should be in there. Alright, looks like we're going back to Fortnite in a second. Fortnite. Mickey Shark, Mickey Shark,
I'm not ready yet.
Mickey Shark. Mickey Shark, Damn it. Where's the map? No. Oh, there's an area right here. There's 2 areas left where it could be.
I'm not ready yet.
Mickey Shark, do 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 do, Mickey Shark, do 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 do, Mickey Shark.
Should be able to piece them out together now.
I found the man. Mickey Shark.
Quickly.
Mickey Shark. Alright, I'm jumping on Fortnite in 1 second. Holy shit, what the hell? What's up with this bat? We will still be friends forever. It's a change from whatever. We will still be. I'm kinda need some food stuff. Ooh, cold lightning strength. I'm gonna check this spell out after later. Show the hoods. Wait, does it have lightning on it? Cold and lightning. That looks awesome. Look at that. With the boat in the background. That looks quite cool. Hey, the game didn't crash either. Let's go. I gotta play some Path of Exile without the game crashing. Yeah. Look at that. That's cool. The Druid. This season of Path of Exile is really good. If you have not played Path of Exile, I suggest you try it. Also, if you have not downloaded Raid Shadow Legends. Yeah, Raid Shadow Legends. Alright, I need 8 people to download this game for me using my link, and I think all you gotta do is complete the tutorial. So far 2 people have done it. I know Still Lager History has done it. I don't know who the other person was. Thank you though, I appreciate it. These are the players. And yeah. Come on, I need some money to pay my internet bill, and this would help me out. Please! My internet bill went up and I need some money. And all you have to do is play the game for like 10 minutes or so. It won't even take you 10 minutes. You just download the game, play it, use my link. Make sure you use my link though. And you gotta create a new account or something. I don't know. I only got like 1 day left though, so I'm trying to get it done. Hello. I'm just trying to get people to play that game for me. I guess you have to actually play it and do the tutorial and not just download it. Oh, it's my freaking... Dude, these batteries suck. My mouse is already dying. How could you? Hello. I'm just gonna smoke a dab and then I'll be ready. Here it is. I made an X post. Come on, people, download the game and play it. Please. I only have 1 day left. I would like for this sponsorship to be a success and not a failure like the last one. Last one sucked. I could have got like over $1,000, but I only got 32 bucks because nobody wanted to play a game for 10 minutes for me. Come on, guys, it's just 10 minutes, please. I don't like harassing people and ask people to do stuff, but come on now.
BRJ9145 says, "Hey Sassy."
Oh, BRJ says hi, Sassy. I will be ready in 1 second. I just need to smoke a dab so I can get in the zone, auto zone. You know what I haven't had in forever? Some Domino's pizza. Or 7-Eleven pizza. I like
Sassy6321 says, "Hi."
Hi. I like 7-Eleven pizza too. 7-Eleven pizza is actually really good. I think they changed their ingredients or their whatever. Because the pizza used to not be like that. It used to be different, and then now they have like different pizza.
Sassy6321 says, "Wait, soda on pizza? Please tell me I heard that wrong."
No, I didn't say soda on pizza. I said 7-Eleven pizza. 7-Eleven, the gas station. they have pizzas that are like in the refrigerator section, but you can have them cook it for you. And they got like this badass pizza cooker thing that cooks it in like 2 minutes or less.
BRJ9145 says, Sassy 6321 haha, don't give him ideas, he's still got some root beer left.
I don't have any pizza, or I would. We're out of food. All I got is sandwich stuff. Sandwiches, which I keep wanting to make a sandwich. I didn't even make a sandwich yesterday. I kept wanting to make a sandwich, but I was just playing my game. And then the game started crashing. I thought it was because of my my computer overheating or something. But my computer wasn't even overheating. Google was just telling me some bullshit. Or because usually for that problem that happened, it's because your thing overheats or something. But for
Sassy 6321 says, he comes up with the ideas himself. Wait, he still has soda left? That's shocking.
No. I've been out of soda, but my mom just happened to get me a soda. I think yesterday. So yeah. My one soda.
BRJ9145 says, haha.
I've been trying not to drink it as much so I could save it, but I don't think it's gonna last much longer. Especially after I make some sandwiches. Uh-oh. I remember you haven't played in a while. Ugh.
Sassy 6321 says, I hate your lobbies.
These are Novella's lobbies. I wish I could make them easier. Now, whoa! That's fucking gay, dude. Get the fuck out of here. Boo. That bastard. Okay, that didn't count. Ghostbusters. There's something strange in the neighborhood. Who you gonna call? I don't know. There's nobody to call.
BRJ9145 says, "What didn't count? Haven't you just been on this screen the whole time?"
What? How dare you? Yeah, but I got off and played a different game, so now when you jump from game to game, it's not like you survive.
Sassy6321 says, "I also hate that map too." BRJ9145 says, "I'm just pretending that I didn't see the last match."
Oh, bum, 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 bum. You know you make me wanna shout. Ooh! You want this shotgun? Nice. Alright. Let's go. Oh my. Here. Let's go. Woo. Good job.
BRJ9145 says, "Nice."
That was awesome. There we go. Now, here we go. Good job, Sassy. Good job. Alrighty, where we go? Did it. Where's where are your ghosts? Motherfucker. No ghost. I heard no ghost. Here's a spy rifle. Oh shit, I would've grabbed that. Okay, what's this minigun? No. No minigun for you. Good job. Oh, you know what? So, oh. No, the bubbles. Fuck. That record revolver's done. Take away the record revolver. The game. We were close.
Incoming at break. Incoming at break.
What's that rifle? You got the shotgun. Yeah. Huh. Alright. Nice. Good job. Damn, he had 7 kills. Good lord. Good lord. You need some juice? I got some juice for you. Hope you get some. What the hell? Come back. Yeah. Alright, come this way, come run. Are they going for the roof? Dumbass right over. No. He's healing him on the roof. You can do it. Don't worry about me. Oh. Good try. He had that dumbass record revolver. That's gay. Our win streak. What? No, it's good. Damn, what about your dicks? They're stupid record revolver. Good try. Alright. I'm gonna run up here real quick and then I'll be right back. After word from our sponsor, Goldfish, the Sonic the Sponsor, and Raid Shadow Legends. Alright. I'm back. Ghostbusters, motherfucker. That guy's name was XX Anonymous XX. Damn shotgun. Hey, I think this guy killed us earlier. Oh my god, it was. It's the same guy as from a couple matches ago. Obey the Nugget, and Sakura aspect. Because I was saying, because I have a friend named Sakura. So that's. I was like, what? I was like, what? Whoa! Return of the Mac. Alright. The other one's up. Nice, very good. Got this shotgun, it's good. Oh. Ice baby. Alright, we got one incoming. In a minute, I'm gonna need a sentimental minute to pump me up. Oh yeah. Good job. Hell yeah. That was a good one. The Lord is almost that time already, jeez. Drink that juice. There's some minis back here. This is your last match. Alright, that sounds good. Oh, he was a YouTuber. Yeah. I was just gonna use my riffers. Now she's not queen. Good job, good job. Down on the wall. Get it down on the wall. You got killed by the teammate of the YouTuber that I killed. Damn YouTuber. Rift Rider. Alright, Sassy, well, thank you for playing. I appreciate it. It was fun playing. We had some good games tonight. Good games. Hope you have a good night, Sassy. Good night. Yeah. Get down on the wall. Some sandwiches. I'm gonna make some sandwiches, so. All right, everybody. Well, thanks for hanging out. Thank you. I was just playing some Fortnite. I'm not really sure. I think I'm gonna get off, but I'm not sure. I might play for a bit more. We will see. You can get that on the wall. You can get that on the wall. You can get that on the wall. Alright, so I'm gonna make some sandwiches in a second. So I'm gonna put on this video. Oh no, here's the down the mountain.
It is traumatic for the people, and that's what protesting is about.
Watch this guy here. Look, he's hugging his kid, and you know, I imagine it's uncomfortable and traumatic for the people here.
I'll have to come back and watch that. Everybody's got something I can put on more.
Breaking news, silver price has climbed to $95 an ounce, and we're just getting this week started. Is silver about to go over $100 an ounce? It looks like we're nearly there. The U.S. Mint has repriced their silver collectibles, and demand for silver is growing. There's even talk of a new government minimum price floor. I'm going to cover all this and more. Let's get into it. Check out the Scottsdale Mint Eagle Stacker Silver Round. Precision crafted, interlocking, and available in multiple sizes. These are an SD Bullion exclusive, a company trusted by hundreds of thousands of customers. Visit sdbullion.com/stacker. Thank you so much for watching. I do sincerely appreciate it. Look at silver. It has soared to a new all-time high. It's sitting at $95.12. We are just about a one-day price move away from $100 an ounce. I mean, look at this. Silver is up over $4.50 on the day, over a 5% gain. Now, look at gold. It has also hit a new all-time high, sitting at $4,681. It's up about $80 today, or 1.7%. But when we look at the gold-silver ratio, we have breaking news. It is now below 50. Let me repeat that. The gold-silver ratio is now under 50 for the first time in 15 years. It is now less than 50 ounces of silver to trade for 1 ounce of gold if you're doing a pure spot trade. Silver is still trading at a premium in China. It's going for about $103 an ounce on the Shanghai Futures Exchange. That's around an $8.50 premium versus the COMEX. Again, this is US dollars paid for an ounce of silver in China. They're already over $100 an ounce. There's a few different reasons for precious metals to be going up. One of them is geopolitical. Look at this headline. Gold and silver prices jump to new records on Greenland dispute. The trade war is raging on, and Trump is threatening more tariffs. So there's a lot of fear, there's a lot of uncertainty out there, and people are flocking to the safe haven assets, precious metals. We're actually seeing a lot of the crypto bros move into silver. If we look at the Bitcoin silver ratio, you can see it is now below 1,000. So it's less than 1,000 ounces of silver to buy 1 Bitcoin. And I do expect this trend to continue, with the mainstream media finally talking about silver. Listen to this.
You know, gold got all the headlines last year. And listen, it was a great year for gold, but it wasn't the best metal play out there. 70% year over year. So far this year, even coming out the gate pretty strong. But check out platinum, 159% last year, almost 16% this year. But wait a minute. All of them eating the dust of silver, up almost 200% last year, almost 30% this year already. And here's the thing. If you listen to my next guest on this, back on October 13th, you would be up huge. So I want to bring in Steven Suppmeyer and his infamous silver chart. It wasn't even a silver chart. Steven Suppmeyer Strategies, you said this was the mother of all cup and handles. So I love it. Cup and handles, one of my favorite chart formations. Go over it again so people who want to learn how to use this technique can start to really hone in on it.
Oh, cup and handle is a great pattern. William O'Neill, Investors Daily. You basically take a big decline, corrective phase. As you can see, we drew there. You get a good rally, then you get a pullback that does not get as pessimistic. So there's your cup, there's your handle, here's your neckline.
Okay.
So when you break through the neckline,
this is the breakout right here through
exactly.
the neckline. Okay, so cup, and then handle. But in this case, the handle was here. But that's it. So that's it. That sets you up. Your neckline. Neckline is prior resistance points.
Right. This is like 46 years of resistance on silver.
So if we're going back that far, we're looking for this move to be much greater. I mean, you think silver has a lot more room to the upside?
It should have more room to the upside. I know we can count this pattern up to 85 to 95. But bigger picture, silver should get a lot higher.
They obviously think silver's going higher. Let's look at a few predictions. Robert Kiyosaki put this one out last week. He says Tesla cannot get silver. This Monday, silver will gap up from $91 an ounce to $107 an ounce. Yay. Now, I don't know where he's coming up with these numbers, but I will say silver is moving a lot higher today, and this week we could hit $107 an ounce. And look at this prediction by Shibo on X. Silver is going parabolic after a
Doomiverse
successful
says,
breakout last
BRB
week.
just making
Silver
some
is
sandwiches,
continuing
LOL.
its parabolic structure. Its current trajectory shows we can hit $114 by next week. All eyes on futures open tonight. And if this plays out, we will teleport to $1,000 silver. That is a very bold prediction. But look, when things go parabolic, it's really hard to slow them down. Speaking of silver price going up, we have to talk about the U.S. Mint repricing silver collectibles. So look at this post here. U.S. Mint nearly doubles Silver Eagle prices from $91 to $173 an ounce. Of course, they're talking about the collectible Silver Eagles, not the bullion strikes. But they go on, the U.S. Mint halted silver sales this week to reprice Silver Eagle coins. The Mint wasn't kidding. Proof Silver Eagles hiked 82% from $95 to $173. Backdated uncirculated Silver Eagles hiked 86% from $91 to $169 an ounce. And if we go to the U.S. Mint website, you can see, sure enough, they've got Proof Eagles at $173, but these are not in stock. Let's find something that is. How about this presidential silver medal? I was showing this exact ounce of silver about a week ago on my channel, showing how it was only $90 an ounce. They are now asking $164 an ounce, and it's not like they even made any more of these. It's literally the exact same ounce of silver sitting in their vault. It went from 90 to 164 in about a week. Now, when I talked to the U.S. Mint, they said they need a whole month to change the prices. So I'm surprised that they were able to do it this fast. But if you want the whole breakdown of US Mint silver repricing, you can find it at coinnews.net. They've got all of the different examples here, and most of these went up about 80%. So with silver price going up, I get it. They want to make money, they want to capitalize on silver price going up, but I think a lot of us were just surprised by how much they hiked prices. I mean, proof silver eagles are now $173. I think a lot of us were expecting them to go up to maybe $120, maybe $130 an ounce, but this is kind of the US Mint telegraphing where they think silver price is headed from here. And look, demand for silver is rising fast. The CEO of the largest bullion dealer in America, APMEX, sent out this letter yesterday. They are now instituting a $500 minimum for all online orders. You cannot place an order with them for less than $500. They also talk about how their shipping is delayed and how their mint is way behind on production. Things are heating up right now. But let's get to the talk of a potential silver minimum price floor. So Make Gold Great posted this on X. Silver will break the paper ceiling and install a new government minimum price floor. He's talking about this post here. Apparently, the US will use minimum prices or price floors for processed critical minerals and their derivative products. We know that silver has been listed as a critical mineral for 2026, and if we dig into this White House fact sheet, Trump does not mention silver specifically, but he does talk about critical minerals. He talks about a price floor. He also talks about taking any other actions deemed necessary while eliminating the related threats to national security. So if you weren't sure whether or not we are in a metals war, you now have your answer. We most certainly are. Silver price continues to climb higher and higher. I don't know when it's going to hit $100 an ounce. It could be today, it could be tomorrow, or sometime this week. But I think one thing is for sure, the world is waking up to the fact that silver is incredibly important, and a lot of the physical supply is getting eaten up right now. So this may be our last chance to buy silver under $100 an ounce. I can't believe I'm saying that, but it is the reality that we are living in. Thank you so much for watching, and I will see you all in my next one. Silver Dragons out.
For stackers, it isn't necessarily something that you want to go out and buy because the spread between the buy and the sell may not be as good as, say, silver rounds. But the beauty of scrap silver and gold is that you or your family may already own this and not even realize it.
Buy your gold and silver online from SD Bullion. New customers get gold or silver at spot by visiting sdbullion.com/new. Hey, what's up?
Hey, good morning.
Good to see you, Adrian.
Good morning, Silver Dragons.
Good to see you, Harry.
You too.
It's another beautiful day here at the coin shop, and you guys are packed to the gills. Look at this. We got rounds, coins, bars.
What we're not stocked up on is gold. Actually, don't have any at the moment.
What?
Have some platinum, which is unusual, but no gold. Sold it all on Saturday.
This is exactly what I was talking about in that other video. You bring in your silver to trade it for gold, and they don't have no gold.
And you want to know something? Maybe it's because of the video, but several people have either done it or inquired about trading silver for gold. So there's that activity going on.
Let's take a look at your junk silver over here, or constitutional silver, and it's still looking fairly bare.
We bought several thousand mercury dimes on Saturday morning, and by closing time they were 100%
Abby Richie
gone.
106 says,
So you would say there's a lot
hey,
of
I
demand
love
right
your
now
streaming
for the
content. Welcome to Kick. I help
Absolutely,
new streamers
and
grow
especially
fast with
things
real
like
followers
mercury
and viewers.
dimes
I can help
that
you reach
never were clad, and
1.5k
it's easy to
followers,
discern
100
that
live
from a
viewers,
clad piece.
25
So that
subs, and get
and
verified
things
within a
like,
month so you
Franklin
can
half
start
dollars,
earning. Let's connect
Walking
on
Liberty
Discord.
half dollars,
Abby
things that
Richie
were never
12 or
clad
WhatsApp
are very, very
587
because
487
there's no having to explain,
2395.
pre-65 and all that. It's just silver, always was, always will be.
You know, one thing we don't really talk about that much
is scrap silver, scrap gold. I mean, we're always talking about coins. Obviously, this is a coin shop.
Yeah.
But is that something you guys buy if the public brings it in?
We do, and I think for stackers, it isn't necessarily something that you want to go out and buy because the spread between the buy and the sell may not be as good as, say, silver rounds. But the beauty of scrap silver and gold is that you or your family may already own this and not even realize it. You may already have treasure that you could put towards something like coins or bars. We have people come in all the time with typically in a wooden case of silverware, sterling silverware that it was grandma's or mom's, and it's
hey,
been
that
sitting,
guy is going
you
to
know,
help
in a
you build
bureau
up your
chest of
stream.
drawers for
Right.
30, 40 years. And most of those sets have enough place settings to be valued over $1,000 a set.
Wow.
And so many times people have brought that in and traded that for gold or silver rounds or bars or coins.
You make a good point. You could bring in your sterling silver and sell it and then buy coins, which would be better to hold. I would rather hold coins than scrap.
It's just easier to work with, but the beauty of it is, again, you may already own these treasures and not really
BRJ9145
realize
says,
it. For instance,
what kind of
when it
sandwich
comes
is
to
that?
scrap gold,
peanut butter and jelly.
how many of us have a wife who lost an earring and the other earring is sitting in a drawer? Not going to wear it, you can't use it, or a chain that broke, or something that just went out of style. Or, I know it's a little bit weird, but even a dental crown, a gold crown, most of those are 14 to 16 karat.
So if people bring that stuff in the shop, you guys will certainly buy it, right?
Definitely.
Do you have an example of stuff that you guys have bought recently?
Yeah, we collect this and every so often go to the refiner for it, but
BRJ9145 says, what kind of
from a
jelly?
larger set of sterling silver.
So how do you know there's sterling?
Seedless
They
blackberry.
actually say it. On the top of the handle, you can see the word sterling.
Seedless blackberry.
Sterling
Blackberry.
right there, yeah. So if it says sterling, it's basically guaranteed to be sterling?
Yes, the cheating didn't start for most of this stuff until recently with mostly, stuff coming out of China,
BRJ9145 says,
and most of that is not silverware but jewelry.
Okay.
But these old sets that have been sitting 30, 40 years or more, they're sterling. They say sterling, they're sterling.
So how do you know it's not plated in sterling though?
Well, plate will say plate. You know, silver plate, heavy silver plate, Rogers plate, you know, the brand name and the word plate. And if you have any doubts, we have a machine that can test this, and therefore we can tell you. If you're not sure, when in doubt, I say bring it in. But this is the kind of stuff that you have oftentimes sitting in your home or garage and don't even realize the treasure that's sitting there. These weighted candlesticks, they say sterling on it.
Oh yeah, right up at the top, sterling. Yep, I see it. Wow. So in sterling, if people don't know, is 92.5% silver, right?
Yes, and so just to compare that, say, to US 90%.
Welcome, El
Belikoski.
Welcome, El Belikoski.
Silver.
Oh.
Silver rounds are usually 3 9s fine, so this is somewhere in between. This would be a 92.5 or 92.5% silver. It's worth a look around your house to see if you have some of this stuff, because you already own some treasure, perhaps, and don't even know it.
And if you find this stuff at a garage sale or at Goodwill or something like that, and you can pick it up relatively cheap, it's kind of like a little bit of a treasure hunt.
Oh yeah, people pick through piles of things at garage sales, estate
Interesting.
sales, Goodwill, Salvation Army. Sometimes people come in because they're professional pickers out there, and they're out finding this stuff. And generally all you need is a magnifying glass with you so you can read the small print and see that it's sterling. Because if silverware or candlesticks or things like of this nature say sterling, they're sterling.
What about gold? I know a lot of people have 14 karat or 10 karat gold. Is that something that you guys buy pretty regularly?
Definitely. Here's a little bag of stuff we bought just in the last few days. Old class rings that you don't wear anymore. A single earring because the other one got lost. Broken chain.
Yeah, that broken chain.
That's 14 karat gold, and it's things like of this nature say sterling. State sales, again, 14 to 16 karat gold.
Wow.
And the thing is, a lot of people don't even take this from the dentist. They pull it out of your mouth and replace it with something, and the dentist keeps it. And we've had people from dental offices come in with your teeth and sell it to us.
Oh my goodness.
So Just a word to the dental patients out there. Ask for your gold. It's yours. It's a bridge, a gold bridge.
Oh, look at that one.
That's a big chunk of gold.
Yeah, I guess I never really thought if I have gold or silver scrap, maybe it's better to sell it and then take that money and buy rounds or coins or something of that nature rather than holding on to the scrap. Like, why not just do it now?
It's a source of funding of your hobby or your investment that you may not even realize that you already have.
And also old pocket watches. You'd be surprised. You know, we get in some pocket watches that are 18 karat gold, 14 karat gold.
Yeah.
And those add up really quickly. You know, and of course old watches too. We get people, you know, they bring us, you know, their old Pateks, Rolex, other items, and you know, things are worth quite a bit.
So, Harry, let's say I brought in some scrap silver, some scrap gold, and sold it to you guys, and then I wanted to pick up some bullion, right?
Sure.
I wanted to basically flip it and add to the stack.
Sure.
What would you say is one of the best things to buy right now?
Well, the best buy right now, and why we're so low on it, is the constitutional silver.
Okay.
I mean, our price right now is about 40 cents over spot.
Really?
That's just what the market is dictating to us.
Wow. So that's why it's sold out.
On the other hand, it's a little harder to work with than even numbered rounds or bars, but either one of them is, I mean, if you already own something that's sitting doing nothing and you want to turn it into something that enhances your hobby and your investments, this is a no-brainer.
You got me thinking, Harry. I need to start looking.
Got me thinking.
Around 3 a.m. on September 5th, 1981, a woman drove through a housing development in Lakeland, Florida. With her was her two friends, who had both agreed to spend the night at her duplex. And for this woman, this was a massive
Shout out,
relief,
Mr. Ballin.
because the idea of spending a
Mr.
night
Ballin.
alone in her house right now was just terrifying, because the night before, there had been a murder committed right nearby. But before we get into today's story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place, because that's all we do, and we upload 2, 3, even 4 times a week. So if that's of interest to you, please sneak into the like button's house and hide open cans of tuna in all their vents, and then turn on the heat at full blast. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story. Just before 8 p.m. on September 3rd, 1981, 31-year-old Linda Slayton stood in her kitchen in Lakeland, Florida, staring into her cupboard. It was almost completely empty, except for a few cans of beans and a bag of flour. And seeing this gave Linda a pit in her stomach, because she knew she would somehow have to turn these sparse ingredients into a meal for her kids. Linda was a single mother of 2 boys, Jeff, who was 15, and Tim, who was 12. And Linda didn't have very much money. And so in order to take care of her kids, she had to be resourceful. Like, finding a way to make food with whatever ingredients she had, and she also would make her kids their own clothing. Anything to save money. Now, up until a few weeks ago, the family had lived in Alabama. But Linda had moved to Lakeland specifically because she had a lot of family and support there. And so Linda had hoped that, because of that support, that, her and her son's lives would, improve quite a bit. It wouldn't feel like such a struggle all the time anymore.
No.
But so far, the move to Lakeland had just been more of the same. Linda couldn't find a steady job, so she and the boys had been relying on government assistance and food stamps, which never seemed to be enough to keep these 2 teenagers well fed. And tonight, Linda's youngest son, Tim, was about to be dropped off after being at football practice, and historically, he was very hungry after practice, and so she really wanted to have dinner ready for him. And on top of that, Linda was hopeful that Tim and her other son, Jeff, would eat fast enough that they would have enough time to make it to a neighbor's housewarming party later that night. So all the neighbors around Linda were basically as new as she was, since the complex they lived in had only been open for about 3 weeks. It was the sprawling development with about 80 one-story duplexes that were technically government-subsidized housing, but it felt more like classic suburbia, since the units were on cul-de-sacs with neat lawns where all the kids would go outside and play.
Look at that.
Now, Linda's
What shall
sister
we say
also
her
lived in this complex, so Linda already knew at least one person. But to Linda, making friends of her own was also pretty important to her. She was an outgoing person by nature, and also she was newly single and wanted to take her mind off her ex-boyfriend. Until recently, Linda had been dating this guy named Brendan Fowler, who had been great at first and was even the one who told her about this apartment complex. But he'd started to get really controlling and possessive, and just 2 days ago, Linda had finally ended things. But believe it or not, Linda actually felt sort of hopeful. She had believed that by leaving Alabama and moving to Florida into this complex, that would sort of be the refresh that she and her kids desperately needed. The truth was, it sort of seemed like actually the true reset had been the breakup with Brendan just a couple of days earlier. Like it all needed to happen, all this big change in order for their lives to really get on the right track. And so, feeling optimistic, Linda looked into the cupboard at her limited ingredients and suddenly realized she could actually do a quick bean casserole with just these couple of things. So she grabbed the cans and flour, and she got started. About a half an hour later, Linda pulled a beautiful golden brown casserole out of the oven and set it on the counter to cool. And that's when her older son, Jeff, wandered into the kitchen to see if dinner was ready. Linda told him it was, but they needed to wait for Tim to get home from football first. And when she said that, Jeff sort of blew up at her. He said he was really hungry right now, and there was basically no food in the house, and so he couldn't even eat anything else to tide himself over. Like, come on, let me eat. Now, Jeff's reaction made Linda pretty mad, but at the same time, it didn't really surprise her. I mean, Jeff had been talking back to her a lot lately, and the two of them seemed to fight all the time. Linda knew he was sort of just being a typical teenager, and he was really hungry, and so he's testing her limits. But she was just getting really sick of it. And so before she could even really think about it, she snapped back at him and said, well, if you don't like it here, you can leave. And at that, Jeff literally stormed out of the house and slammed the door behind him. Linda went to the window and watched her son pick up his bike and pedal off down the road. After that, Linda sighed and walked over to her phone and called her mom. She assumed, Jeff, her son, would go to her parents' house since they lived nearby. And when Linda's mother picked up, Linda warned her that Jeff might be there soon, and he'd likely want to eat. Her mom said that was fine, and they would drop him back off after dinner. Then, her mom said she actually was glad that Linda called, because another letter came. And as soon as Linda heard that, she felt this wave of anxiety come over her, because she knew what kind of letter she was talking about. So Linda's ex-husband and Tim and Jeff's dad, Frank Slayton, lived back in Alabama. He was a violent, abusive alcoholic, and they'd been divorced for 7 years. But Frank had never stopped harassing Linda after they broke up. And since Linda and boys had moved to Lakeland, he had been mailing threatening letters to Linda's parents, saying that Linda had ruined his life. And so now Linda was thinking, no matter how many fresh starts she started, that Frank was always going to screw them up. He was never going to go away. And so, after taking a calming breath, Linda told her mom on the phone to just rip the letter. She didn't even want to read it. Not long after she hung up, her younger son, Tim, came in the front door. He was all sweaty and dirty from football practice, and right away, Linda asked him, hey, did you thank your coach for giving you a ride home? And Tim said, yes, I did. So Linda, she didn't have a car because she couldn't afford one. And so Tim's coach always had to give him a ride, but Tim said, I thanked him like always. And so Linda told him to hurry up and eat because they had to go next door to the neighbor's party. Hours later, after 11 p.m. that evening, Linda and Tim walked home from the party through the dark apartment complex. There were 7 other people who had been at the party, and it had been a lot of fun. Everybody just drank iced tea and played cards while they talked about the perks of living in this great new complex, like the great business district across the street and how responsive the maintenance team was. So Linda was glad they went. She was also exhausted, and her sister always came over for coffee in the morning, so she needed to go to bed now or she would never wake up. However, when she and Tim got back to their unit and opened up the door, Linda froze, because there was already somebody inside. For a second, she thought it might be an intruder, but then she realized it was actually just her older son, Jeff, who had come back. He was standing in the kitchen, leaning against the counter with a sort of I'm sorry expression on his face. Tim saw the situation and immediately disappeared into the second bedroom to give his mother and brother some space. Linda went to join Jeff in the kitchen, but Jeff didn't say anything. So Linda spoke first and reminded him that it was not good to go to bed angry. However, Jeff still didn't say anything. And Linda knew from experience with her son, it was better not to force Jeff to talk. So she decided she would just give Jeff a minute, and she began washing the dishes. Finally, after a few moments, Jeff mumbled that he loved his mom, and Linda smiled. She felt relieved they could just move on from this. She said it was all good and that she loved him too. Then they both said goodnight, and Jeff went over to the cot in the living room where he slept, and then Linda wrapped up in the kitchen, turned off the lights, and headed into her own bedroom, closed the door, and she went to bed too. The next morning at 8:30 a.m., Linda's sister, Judy Butler, walked up to Linda's duplex. They'd had coffee together every morning since they moved to the neighborhood, so Judy expected to knock on her sister's door and go right in like she always did. But this time after she knocked, nobody answered. So Judy waited and then knocked again. And when there was still no response, Judy reached down and tried to open up the door, but she found it was locked. This had never happened before. Linda always answered the door, or at least called out in response. But Judy wasn't really worried. She just assumed, that Linda must have overslept or something. So Judy decided she would just go home for now and let her sister have a few minutes, and eventually she would call to check in on her and make sure she was okay. However, as she walked away from the home, she noticed something strange on the side of Linda's house. One of the back windows was missing a screen, and Judy knew that that particular room was Linda's bedroom, and it hadn't been like that yesterday, so seeing it now made her feel kind of uneasy, and so she went over to look inside. And when she looked inside, she saw her sister fast asleep in bed. And for a second, Judy was relieved, because this confirmed that this is all this was. Her sister had overslept, that's that. But then Judy realized there was something off about Linda, like the way she was positioned just seemed wrong. And when everything clicked for her, she staggered backwards and began to scream.
Sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends.
By 9 a.m. on September 4th, 1981, a crowd of reporters and police officers surrounded the duplex in a Lakeland, Florida housing complex where a woman had reported seeing a dead body. In the middle of all the activity, Sergeant Edgar Pickett of the Lakeland Police ducked under some crime scene tape and headed to the home's walkway with a bag of equipment slung over his shoulder. So Pickett was actually just a year away from retirement after 2 decades as a detective, and for the last few years, he'd been the head of Lakeland's crime scene unit, which meant he oversaw the collection and documentation of evidence at crime scenes. And so he wasn't the lead investigator on this case, but when it came to forensic analysis and fingerprint collection, he was the best they had. He'd already been briefed on the situation and knew that this was very likely a homicide, and the victim had been identified as 31-year-old Linda Slayton. Linda had been found in her bedroom by her sister, who had asked a nearby maintenance worker to call 911. Pickett also knew that when the first responder got inside the house, they found that Linda's 2 kids were still asleep and appeared to have no idea their mother was deceased in the next room, which Pickett knew would give investigators somewhat of a timeline to start with. Linda was clearly awake when her kids went to sleep and must have died sometime during the night while her kids were still sleeping. As Pickett walked up the walkway, he passed by 2 teenage boys sitting in their pajamas on the ground. He assumed these must be the sons, and one of them just sort of stared ahead, seemingly in complete shock, while the other sort of sobbed into his brother's shoulder. Pickett wasn't sure if anybody had spoken to them yet, but he knew they would likely be really helpful in focusing his search for evidence. Since they lived in the house, they'd know the habits and patterns of everybody who lived there, and might be able to tell him if anything seemed out of place. So Pickett made a mental note to make sure to check in with the investigators inside about that. Then he looked at the house and took a deep breath. Pickett liked to get a sort of first impression of the crime scene before he did any actual collections. So before he would go in, he would walk around the entire house and sort of assess the building. He had been told that all the doors were locked when the police first got there. And from what he could see, the bedroom window with the missing screen was the only sign of a potential break-in. So he took out his kit and spent some time dusting around that window area for prints. But he didn't find much there, or any noticeable shoe impressions in the dirt outside. And then when he finally headed inside, Pickett quickly moved past all the officers and detectives that were already in there and went straight to the bedroom. And the first thing he saw when he got inside was Linda's body on the bed with a metal coat hanger wrapped around her throat. The sheets around her were covered in blood, and she was shirtless, and the bottom of her dress was pulled up. And when Pickett got closer, he saw where the blood had come from. There were long, very deep scratches on Linda's neck, which he guessed were from her nails as she tried to pry the hanger away. He'd have to wait for the autopsy, but it was clear from her wounds that the hanger had been used to strangle her. And considering she was partially naked and the positioning of her clothes, he guessed she had also been likely sexually assaulted. Pickett stepped back and looked around the room, trying to decide where to start. He needed to find as much forensic evidence in this room as possible. So the first thing he did was try and guess what happened and how the killer might have interacted with the crime scene. That way, he could follow their sort of imagined path with more intention. He figured the killer must have come in through the open window, since that was the only entrance into the house that was obviously tampered with. Linda's purse and jewelry were still on the dresser, and the drawers were all closed, as opposed to open and through. So it didn't seem like the killer had touched any of that stuff, which also meant this likely was not a robbery gone wrong. In fact, it seemed like the first and only thing the killer had done was come in through the window and attack Linda. Because aside from the bloody bed, Pickett didn't see any signs of a struggle.
I'm full of.
So Linda was likely caught off guard by a very fast attack and unable to really fight back quickly. Because if she did, the room would be a huge mess. But then Pickett caught a glimpse of Linda's closet, and he noticed the clothes were all hanging on hangers that looked identical to the one that was around Linda's neck. And that's when it hit him. The killer must have at some point been in the closet, hiding. He supposed the killer could have broken in first and then grabbed a hanger once the attack started. That would have taken too much time and also given Linda a chance to get off the bed or fight back or yell out and maybe wake her sons up. It was much more likely that the killer had broken in earlier, hid in the closet, and then waited until Linda was in her bed asleep to come out and attack. If Pickett was right about that, this became definitely a premeditated, thought-out murder, which meant the killer must have either known Linda personally or had been watching her, since they would have known when to sneak into the room and not be detected. At this point, Pickett took out his gear and began thinking how he was going to begin looking for evidence. He figured he would start at the window and spend some time there, and then he would go to the closet. Those would be his two primary areas. And so once he had that plan in mind, he went to the window and he began looking for evidence. And sure enough, after only a few minutes of dusting, he smiled. Because there, on the ledge, was a very clear, well-defined handle. The following afternoon, over 24 hours after Linda's body had been found, Pickett sat in the precinct's fingerprint lab comparing two sets of prints with a magnifying glass. He'd been at it for hours already, so his head was pounding. After processing the crime scene yesterday, Pickett had gone back to the station to review the evidence he'd collected. And while he was there, he decided he would go check in with the detectives to get an update on the case. And what they would tell him is they had spoken to the neighbors, as well as Linda's family, and they did have a few solid leads and a timeline. According to Linda's kids, the older son Jeff got dropped off at home at about 9:30 p.m. after being with his grandparents. And Tim, the younger son, and Linda had gotten back from a neighbor's party just after 11 p.m. They all went to bed around midnight, and neither of the brothers heard anything until the police woke them up the next morning. And all of this had led the investigators to agree with Pickett's initial interpretation of the scene, that Linda's attack was very fast. It seemed like she had not been able to even scream, or it would have woken up her sons. The autopsy report had also come in, and it confirmed Linda died from strangulation and was sexually assaulted. The medical examiner had also been able to collect semen from Linda's body, which meant they were definitely looking for a man here. And since this was now clearly a sexually motivated crime, it meant that anybody Linda had been romantically involved with was now suddenly a top suspect. After speaking with Linda's family, the detectives discovered that Linda had two serious ex-partners. She had her ex-husband, Frank Slayton, and an ex-boyfriend named Brendan Fowler. Frank apparently had abused Linda when they were married and still sent her very threatening letters. And Brendan was apparently very possessive with a bad temper, and Linda had broken up with him just 2 days before her murder. And so some officers were already out looking for both of these men, and Pickett was eager to get both of their prints. But for now, Pickett was actually more focused on Linda's neighbors. When the detectives had done their canvass initially, the neighbors they spoke to had confirmed that Linda and her younger son Tim were indeed at that party. And since these neighbors were some of the last people to see Linda alive, they weren't just witnesses, they were suspects. And so Pickett had collected fingerprints from all the men at that party who didn't have an alibi for the period of time after Linda went home. And that's what he was working on now, comparing those prints to the print he had found on the windowsill. So far, none were a match, but they had also gotten blood samples from the neighbors, and so Pickett would have to test those as well. So in 1981, DNA testing didn't exist yet, but investigators could figure out somebody's blood type through bodily fluids. So Pickett and his team could test those samples against the genetic material found on Linda's body and rule out suspects that way. But Pickett had another reason for wanting to be diligent when it came to testing the people who lived in the complex. It was because after Linda's murder, like in the last 24 hours, there had been signs that the killer might actually still be in the area. At 3 a.m. that morning, one of Linda's neighbors had called in to say a stranger had broken into her house. And even though that person was gone by the time the police arrived, they could see her back door had clearly been forced open. And then another neighbor had called in to say that the screen on their window was pried open as well. None of them were violent assaults like Linda's, but the timing was very suspicious. And it made Pickett wonder if there was a serial predator living in the complex. The department had ordered some patrols in the area, and Pickett was supposed to get fingerprints for whoever they got calls about. So he was working with his radio right next to him. Pickett leaned back in his chair to give his eyes a rest. He knew he was getting pretty tired and would need a break soon. But just seconds later, a detective barged into the lab and told Pickett they needed him on standby for fingerprinting because they just brought Linda's ex-boyfriend, Brendan, in for questioning. Moments later, Pickett was standing outside of an interrogation room, listening as some detectives spoke with Brendan Fowler inside. Even though he couldn't see Brendan, Pickett could tell by his voice that he was not happy to be here. He sounded argumentative and defensive as he insisted he really had nothing to do with Linda's death. And when he was asked about where he was the night she died, he had an alibi. He said he was at home with his family, and he stayed there the whole night. He even gave detectives his mom's phone number and said they should call her to confirm it. Pickett heard the detectives confer in hushed voices. Then they asked Brendan if he'd be willing to take a polygraph test and let them take his fingerprints. And to Pickett's surprise, Brendan said, yeah, go ahead. And as soon as Pickett heard that, based on experience, he went right inside the room and got Brendan's fingerprints before Brendan could change his mind. On September 11th, so 1 week after Linda's murder, Pickett sat down at his desk and opened the newspaper, and what he saw made him cringe. The Lakeland police chief had just given an interview where he admitted they would not be making an arrest now or in the next few days. And reading that in print reminded Pickett of just how little they had in this case. None of the neighbors' prints had been a match to the one Pickett had lifted off the windowsill, and they tracked down Linda's ex-husband, Frank, but found that he was in Alabama on the night Linda was killed. As for Linda's ex-boyfriend, Brendan, he had seemed pretty guilty at first because during his polygraph, the results had been inconclusive, and his alibi didn't check out. His family had said he was home at one point on the night Linda was killed, but they all went to sleep and couldn't say for sure if maybe he left or not. But when Pickett had looked at his prints, he had no choice but to clear him, because they clearly were not a match. So now Pickett knew the entire investigative team was scrambling for leads, which was why Pickett was not surprised by what he saw when he looked up from his paper. He saw a detective leading a suspect out of a precinct interrogation room after clearly questioning him, and it was Linda's own 15-year-old son, Jeff Slayton. He was obviously crying. Pickett had heard that Jeff was being looked into as a suspect in his mother's murder and had already been questioned a few times. Detectives had started getting interested in him, and a few of Linda's family members mentioned that, Jeff and Linda had been fighting a lot before she died. And when investigators looked back at the crime scene photos, they realized Jeff's cot in the living room shared a wall with Linda's room. So it was strange he hadn't heard anything on the night she had died. But as far as Pickett knew, Jeff had a reasonable explanation for all of this. He had said that he and his mother's fights were not that serious, and they did fight the night she died, but it was over some dumb argument over what time dinner was. And he said he had no idea why he didn't wake up when she was attacked. because he wished he had so he could have gone in there and helped her. And also, Jeff had taken and passed a polygraph test. But for some reason, it seemed like the investigative team was not done with Jeff. And Pickett just sort of felt bad for the kid, because he thought it was very unlikely at this point that Jeff was his own mother's killer. Pickett had kids of his own, and from his own experience, the fights Jeff was having with his mom just seemed sort of like typical teenage behavior, squabbling with their parents. It's pretty normal. And it also just didn't line up with the evidence. Pickett was absolutely certain that the attacker broke in through the window, which didn't make sense for Jeff if he was sleeping right next door in the living room. And Pickett had personally checked Jeff's prints against the one he lifted from the window, and he knew it was not a match. As the days turned into weeks, Pickett was starting to become convinced that the killer might be somebody without a personal connection to Linda. Maybe it was even a stranger. He knew that murders by strangers were much more rare than murders committed by a relative, partner, or friend, which was why he assumed the detectives weren't pursuing it. But through his forensics, Pickett had now eliminated pretty much everybody in Linda's life who had a motive or opportunity to kill her. And Linda was a very attractive young woman who was very outgoing. Pickett thought it was possible the killer could be a stranger who had only interacted with her once and then sort of became fixated on her. It seemed possible. And so after Pickett watched Jeff leave, he tried to go back to the newspaper, but he kept thinking about Linda. He'd been sure this case would be solved quickly by forensics, but now he wasn't sure if it would be solved at all. And that worry only got stronger and stronger as the months went by and fewer leads came in. And before long, a whole year had passed, and it was actually time for Pickett to retire. And when he left the precinct for the last time, he sort of had a pit in his stomach, because he had a feeling that without him, Linda's case was going to get put on a shelf and forgotten.
Put on a shelf and forgotten, and so it was for 30 years.
One afternoon in the fall of 2001, so 2 decades after Linda Slayton was murdered, Detective Brad Grice sat in his office at the Lakeland Police Department reading over Linda's cold case file. For the last 4 years, Grice had been sorting through the department's cold cases and choosing which ones to reopen. And this had been a really slow process, because he had to do that and juggle his active caseload. So even though he'd technically been working on Linda's case for years, he was just now starting to really dig into it. But the delay didn't worry him too much, since the whole reason this case appealed to him was because he was sure he could solve it quickly. Because it had DNA evidence. So back in 1981, when the murder actually happened, the genetic material that was found on Linda's body was only good for eliminating suspects through blood type. But now, in 2001, Bryce could use that same material to create a full DNA profile of Linda's killer. And he intended on reaching out to everybody involved in the original investigation to get their DNA to test against this new profile. But before he did this, he wanted to familiarize himself with the suspects from 1981. So there was Linda's ex-husband, Frank Slayton, who had abused Linda repeatedly during their marriage. And even though they had been divorced for years, he was apparently still sending her all these threatening letters around the time of her murder. And then her more recent romantic partner, Brendan Fowler, was known to have a bad temper and seemed very controlling of Linda. And they broke up only 2 days before her murder, so he could have still been furious about it. The neighbors at the party Linda had gone to were also suspects. Everybody in that group knew when Linda was heading home, so somebody could have maybe followed her and then snuck into her bedroom before she went to bed. And then finally, Jeff Slayton, Linda's oldest son, was actually in the house during the murder. His brother Tim had been too, but Jeff actually admitted to getting in a big fight with Linda earlier that same day. Now, all of these suspects had been cleared through fingerprints, alibi, or polygraphs. But Grice knew that DNA testing was way more accurate than any of those methods of elimination. And so basically, even if they'd been ruled out for one of those 3 things, DNA overrode that. And so he wasn't going to let these previous eliminations cloud his judgment. He had already decided that, basically no matter what, he was just going to focus on whatever the forensics told him and not be biased. But for now, he just wanted to kick things off by speaking with the 2 people who'd known Linda better than anybody else. Her sons, Tim and Jeff.
Before we watch the end of this, I need you guys to download Raid Shadow Legends and complete the tutorial. Make sure you use my link. It's in the pinned comment. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I need 8 people to do it. Come on.
A
It
few
ends
days later,
tomorrow.
Bryce walked into a meeting room at the precinct where he'd been told Jeff and Tim Slayton were waiting. And as soon as he saw the
You've already
brothers,
done it,
he
thank
just
you.
started laughing because he realized he knew Jeff Slayton. They had bowled together for years, but it hadn't occurred to Grice that this Jeff was that Jeff. And
This
Jeff
Jeff
recognized
was
Grice
that
at the same
Jeff.
time. So they spent a while talking and laughing about what a crazy coincidence this was. And so when Grice finally sat down with Jeff and with Tim at the same time, you know, Grice's first line of questioning was actually just pretty emotional. It just was like, hey, how are you guys holding up after this horrible thing? And for the next few minutes, the mood got pretty heavy as the two brothers spoke honestly about how terrible the last 20 years had been. After their mother had been killed, they both said they were terrified that they were going to get hurt too, because the killer was never caught. They felt like, who's next? Jeff said he slept with a knife under his pillow, and he eventually got so depressed he dropped out of high school. And Tim admitted he also struggled, but he took a different path. He relied on his football team and friends for support and kept pictures of all of them around his room to remind himself to stay positive. After that, the brothers shared what they could remember about the night their mother had died. But it was obvious to Grice that, Tim and Jeff didn't really have any information he didn't already have inside the case file. So instead of continuing to question them about details of the case, Grice explained that this murder was going to be solved through DNA. And because of that, he needed to collect samples from every person involved in this case, which included both of them. The brothers looked surprised for a moment, then said, of course. So Grice stood up and said he would send a tech inside. But before he left, he promised them that he would find their mom's killer, and he was not going to retire until he did. Later that month, Grice sat in front of a screen in the station's computer lab, reading a police report from 1982. Since speaking to the two Slayton brothers, Grice had collected DNA from dozens of people who were involved in the case from 1981. Jeff, Tim, and also Linda's ex-husband Frank Slayton and her ex-boyfriend Brendan Fowler. He'd also tested the blood samples that the original investigators got from Linda's neighbors, but none of them matched the DNA profile for Linda's killer, which was disappointing because it meant that Grice had to basically start from scratch. But when he had gone back to the case notes, he noticed the mention of break-ins around the complex shortly after Linda's murder, and it made him wonder if Linda was killed by a serial predator who was in the area at the time. And if that was true, then this person would not have just hurt Linda, they would have other victims too. So Grice had run the killer's DNA through the FBI's database. And when it didn't match anything in there, he had reached out to the county sheriff's department to see if they could send him any cases that, felt similar to Linda's. And they had sent over the report that he was reading right now. And it felt incredibly promising. So in 1982, a year after Linda's murder, a man named Jimmy Ulmer was arrested for climbing through a 10-year-old girl's bedroom window, then assaulting and strangling her. And according to his file, Jimmy had this long history of home invasions and very violent behavior. And as soon as Grice finished reading the report, he jumped up and went to go find one of his officers. He wanted to dig up as much information on Jimmy as he possibly could and see if maybe they could go track him down. About a month later, Grice sat at his desk, staring at his phone in anxious anticipation. He was waiting for an incredibly important call, one that would confirm whether Jimmy Ulmer was Linda's killer. After doing a background check on Jimmy, Grice had found out that Jimmy actually knew someone who lived at Linda's complex and was literally staying with them when Linda was killed. Now, Jimmy was not alive anymore, but they had gotten in touch with his mother, who gave them her DNA, which they were testing now. So this DNA would not be an exact match to the killer's DNA, but it would show if she was at least a relative to the killer. And as Grice waited for the lab to call, his heart was pounding. Because for the first time since he'd picked up Linda's case, everything finally made sense now. Jimmy was this violent serial home invader who had probably seen Linda while staying at his friend's house and maybe stalked her until he saw an opportunity to attack. And then after he killed her, he must have compulsively kept breaking into other homes to find more victims. Just then the phone rang, and Grice picked it up, and he could feel his mouth going dry as he heard it was the lab on the other side. He was going to get an answer here. But just a second later, they told him it was not a match. Grice's stomach dropped, but he thanked them anyway, and Jimmy check on Jimmy, Grice had found out that Jimmy actually knew someone through the girl's bedroom window, then assaulting and strangling her. And according to his file, Jimmy had this long history of home invasions and very violent behavior. And as soon as Grice finished reading the report, he jumped up and went to go find one of his officers. He wanted to dig up as much information on Jimmy as he possibly could and see if maybe they could go track him down. About a month later, Grice sat at his desk, staring at his phone in anxious anticipation. He was waiting for an incredibly important call, one that would confirm whether Jimmy Ulmer was Linda's killer. After doing a background check on Jimmy, Grice had found out that Jimmy actually knew someone who lived at Linda's complex and was literally staying with them when Linda was killed. Now, Jimmy was not alive anymore, but they had gotten in touch with his mother, who gave them her DNA, which they were testing now. So this DNA would not be an exact match to the killer's DNA, but it would show if she was at least a relative to the killer. And as Grice waited for the lab to call, his heart was pounding. Because for the first time since he'd picked up Linda's case, everything finally made sense now. Jimmy was this violent serial home invader who had probably seen Linda while staying at his friend's house and maybe stalked her until he saw an opportunity to attack. And then after he killed her, he must have compulsively kept breaking into other homes to find more victims. Just then the phone rang and Grice picked it up, and he could feel his mouth going dry as he heard it was the lab on the other side. He was going to get an answer here. But just a second later, they told him it was not a match. Grice's stomach dropped, but he thanked them anyway, and he hung up. He couldn't believe it. Despite all the suspects and forensic evidence that they had, this case was once again at a dead end. Still, Grice kept pushing forward. As the months passed by, he would regularly find new suspects and eventually clear them. He also kept sending the killer's DNA profile to the FBI to run it through their database in case any new additions were, added in that could be a match. But eventually, over a decade passed by, and Grice still had not been able to match anybody to the killer's DNA. And in 2015, his own health began to decline. And he finally had to make the call he hoped he would never have to make. He picked up the phone and dialed Jeff Slayton's number. And when Jeff picked up, Grice said he did need to retire, and he still had not found his mother's killer. In June of 2019, 4 years into retirement, Grice sat on the deck of his Florida home reading a newspaper. He was deep in an article when his cell phone rang. When he looked at the ID, he was surprised to see it was from the Lakeland Police Department. He had not gotten a call from them in years, so he immediately picked it up to see what they wanted. And when he did, the person on the other end introduced himself as the detective who had taken over the Linda Slayton case. The detective said they knew Grice was retired now, but they figured he would want to hear this. They said they had hired a genetic genealogist to track down family members of the killer based on the DNA profile that Grice had ordered. And through that process, they had finally been able to get a match. And after they did, they also managed to get the suspect's fingerprints. And those prints did match the palm print that the head of the crime scene unit, Sergeant Edgar Pickett, had taken at the original crime scene 38 years earlier. Grice sat up and listened intently as the detective finally told him who Linda's killer actually was. And when he heard the name, he couldn't believe it. That suspect had been so close the whole time.
Dun, dun, dun.
Based on DNA, forensic evidence, and 38 years of police investigation, following is a reconstruction of what police believe happened to Linda Slayton in the early morning hours of September 4th, 1981. The house was all quiet as the killer waited patiently inside of Linda's closet.
It was Bryce himself. He had been lying to himself for decades.
I think it was either Bryce or Jeff,
Earlier,
whoever
when
the
Linda
son
was
is.
out, the killer had removed that screen from her bedroom window and crept inside. Then they had hid in this closet until she had come home. The killer had been watching Linda for a while now and finding ways to get close to her and her family. But Linda never really acknowledged them or paid any attention to them at all. Tonight, though, the killer was determined to show Linda that she was not the one in control. They were. And now, the killer stood in the dark closet, holding their breath as their heart pounded. And as they listened to Linda open her bedroom door, and walk inside. And the killer continued to wait anxiously as they listened to the sound of Linda getting ready for bed and getting changed. And then eventually they heard the sound of the springs of the bed compressing as Linda laid down to shut her eyes for the night. And then after the killer was sure Linda was in bed, the lights are off, it's quiet in the room, they waited even longer just to make sure Linda was asleep and her children were asleep. And then finally, when the killer felt like they'd waited long enough,
says,
he grabbed a...
I think it was still Jimmy. He was adopted.
So Jimmy or Jeff?
Coat hanger off the hook in the closet, and then burst out of the door, and then before Linda could do anything, make a sound, even react, I mean, she's totally caught off guard, the killer was on top of her and had wrapped the coat hanger around her throat. Linda struggled and clawed at her throat to try to get this thing off of her, but the killer was so much stronger than her, and there was nothing she could do. It didn't take long for the killer to have their way with Linda, and then after they were done, they strangled her until she was dead. And once the killer was done, they hopped off the bed and just climbed right back out the same window they had come in through and wandered off into the night. And the killer would get to replay this crime over and over in their head all day the next day until it was time for football practice. It would turn out Linda was murdered by her son's football coach, Joseph Mills.
The son's football coach.
Joseph was a fixture in Tim's life and would drive him to and from practice every day because Linda didn't have a car. But while Tim saw Joseph as a mentor in his life, Joseph had apparently just developed a total fixation on his mother. And during all those trips to her house to drop off her son, Joseph was planning out how and when to attack her. Back in 1981, Joseph was interviewed by police over the phone a day after Linda's murder.
Yeah, I was right. I thought it was the guy named Jeff, but his name's Joseph, not Jeff. So I was right.
But he was never really considered.
I thought it was her son. I didn't realize he was the football coach.
An actual suspect. Instead, after Joseph murdered Linda, he just continued to drive her son Tim to and from football practice. And Tim would even very tragically begin to rely on Joseph for, emotional support, grieving the loss of his mother. But it's to her killer. He just didn't know. And then even more tragically, as time went on and Linda's case went cold, one of the pictures that Tim hung in his bedroom to remind himself to stay positive was of his football team. Tim had no idea that his mother's killer was literally standing right behind him in the back row in that picture. In December of 2019, Joseph was charged with first-degree murder and sexual battery and was eventually sentenced to life in prison without parole.
Good.
Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. So click here and give them a watch. Crazy. All right, until next time, see ya.
Yeah, I like Mr. Ball stories.
BRJ9145 says, but did she buy silver? I have to know.
I think she did. If you own silver, you must watch this today.
So here's the truth about PC gaming. It's mad expensive. A few people have already asked me if I could build them a PC with a budget of $300, $200, and yes, even $100. And it always sucks when I tell them the truth is, you really can't build a good PC with that low of a budget, especially if you're trying to play the most popular AAA titles and have them run smoothly. Yeah, you can get lucky and find some deals on used stuff here and there, but that's really just a gamble. If you're looking for something new, the GPU alone would be minimum $200, especially in today's world with such inflated GPU prices. At this point, I recommend that they pursue one of two options. One, save up more money, maybe like $600 minimum, so that you can build a PC that fits your gaming needs. Or two, if you need to game right now, just buy a new or used console that runs all of the newest games easily. Of course, a good gaming PC is going to give you better performance and quality most of the time. But yeah, if you're a new gamer with a low budget, you should really think about those two options. But let me know what y'all...
Silly should be live soon.
This story was kept top secret by the US military until 2004. The story itself is unbelievable, but it's the twist at the very end that you'll remember. But before we get into today's story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload 3 or 4 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, please replace the like button's hand sanitizer with lubricant right before they go out to run some errands. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. All right, let's get into today's story.
Let's get naughty, naughty, dirty, dirty. Oh, yeah, yeah, be so horny.
Chichijima is a small Japanese island.
Hey, I gotta get. Have fun on your 24-hour stream. You're a machine, man. Oh wait, you are stronger than a machine, as we learned.
Oh, I'm not doing a 24-hour stream. I just haven't changed the title from yesterday. Oh, thanks for reminding me though. I'm gonna have to change that. Yeah, I'm not doing another 24 hours. Well, I will eventually, but not today. That's funny though. Thanks for reminding me. Yeah, because I was trying to change my title. Thank you, BRJ. I hope you have a good night. Thanks for hanging out.
I need more time for that.
By the order of Emperor Zara, my honored predecessor, none may enter this chamber. The prisoner within is beyond death.
This door, a warning cast in iron.
BRJ9145 says, I was wondering about that since it sounded like you had done one yesterday, and I didn't even know. See ya.
Oh yeah. Well, thank you. I hope you have a good night.
You've got the wrong man. Oh, quit squirming, will you?
BRJ9145 says, you too.
Oh, quit squirming, will you? I need more time for that. And again. I cannot die. Oh, quit squirming, will you? I need more time for that. Almost.
I'm full up.
Get rich.
The final piece. These symbols.
The translation work we've done. Is it enough?
Something about a forge. This part says you must finish it, or something like it. You must forge it. The word forge is drawn like a name. It's not an action, it's a place.
So, we must find an ancient precursor forge.
A forge? Where would such a place be?
This is the first time in my life I'm forced to admit. I have no idea. Ask the crew, perhaps. The Karui. They live here, after all.
This is the final piece. We have...
Land ahoy!
I seek a forge as old as the land itself. Do you know of anything like that?
I've never heard any mention of such a place.
I have.
Really? Where?
My old tribe tells a tale of a foreign medicine woman. It's a very old story. Took place after a great fire scoured the world. My ancestors had to dive into the sea just to survive. When they came to the surface, they found a burned woman floating in the tide.
What's this have to do with the forge? Get to the point.
She begged them to take her somewhere and promised to forge them a great reward. But the toll was too heavy. She was too injured, and she died trying to use the forge. She was buried there.
Where?
Arrestus. Well, wasn't called that back then, though.
Arrestus? Why didn't you mention this sooner?
Mention what?
Yeah.
An old myth about a foreign woman who died trying to use a forge some unknown thousands of years ago? I only knew you were looking for pieces of some old artifact. I didn't hear nothing about looking for a forge.
Then the tide carries us to Arastus.
Where to? Half sail!
Did I come here yet? I'm not sure yet.
We made it.
I'm on it. What's your step? They're polite to me here, but I could... don't want to know, eh?
Yeah.
Thought I heard the clink of gold in your pocket. I'm Ruhaki. I'd be keen to trade for... Seeing as you freed my favorite elder. Like what you see? See you.
Aye, and to you.
Welcome to Ngakanu. I am Tavakai, chieftain of the Tukohama tribe. These shores belong to the Karui.
And I am Kaimana, medicine woman of the Tukohama tribe.
And I am Marty. Yes, we've met. Never mind.
You are our guest here, and it seems we owe you a debt of thanks. Old Martiki here says you were quite the hero.
It was a fight I won't soon forget. Tukohama himself would delight at what I saw you do back there.
The waters knew Matsiki was alive, yes. I told you, Tavakai. Keep looking, I said. The old coot still breathes.
Hey, now. I may be old, but I am wise.
Wisdom's no use to ye in a kinfolk cage. Best be more careful next time.
For your good deed, I will allow you to come and go from the sacred hall as you please, but no further inland. The heart of the Tukohama tribe is for our people only. You have my thanks. Welcome to Ngaka. You are our guest. For your, but you have my. I'll be watching.
Welcome.
Greetings.
Wait, what do you have there? Is that a fin from Whakapanu Island?
Aye, the very same.
Blazing Valakor! I don't believe it! I was seeking something from that beast for my next elixir. I am experimenting day in, day out, yes. Trying to find a cure.
A curious, eh? For what ill?
Why, the blood fever, of course. I am under Tavakai's order. Please, let me have it. I know you have done me a great. Tavakai can get a bit upset with go.
Yes? Where to? Hard to starboard! We've
This is where
arrived.
the map leads. Sure enough.
Here we are. I used to dream about exploring, finding buried treasure. Still do. But I'll wait in the boat for this one.
Wait, the boat.
About 500 miles south of the Japanese mainland. During World War II, the Japanese put a base on this island, and they put 2 radio towers at the top of the 2 mountains on the island. These radio towers became integral to the Japanese communication and surveillance operations in the Pacific during the war. And so at that time, the island was heavily fortified with up to 25,000 troops and huge anti-aircraft guns. Because of the island's obvious strategic value to Japan, the Americans wanted to take it from them. But American military strategists advised against that, saying that any amphibious landing of this island would result in massive casualties for Americans, and the Japanese would likely just repel the attack anyways. And so the Americans decided to go with the next best thing, which was to attempt to bomb the 2 towers and cut out their communications. So in June of 1944, American aircraft carriers, which are those huge ships that planes can take off of and land on, they headed for the island of Chichijima. And once the island was completely surrounded, the Americans began launching their pilots to try to take out these towers. But the Japanese fought back in a major way, and despite taking heavy casualties on their side, they repelled every American air raid and kept them from bombing their towers. After several months of these failed missions over Chichijima, the American military leaders were incredibly frustrated. They knew this was going to be a difficult mission, but they didn't expect it to be this difficult. However, this island was so strategically important that the Americans...
What do we have?
Haven't the foggiest.
Makeshift lodgings, markers.
Not one to leave a job.
I'm sure she... When you're ready, go make some legends.
This ought to stir the hornet's nest.
Further, keep going. All done. Now the fun part.
Well, it's gonna be interesting.
Please note, this usually
Your grave awaits. I'll take you. Time for that.
Incoming ad break. Incoming ad break.
Incoming ad break. Break.
The fight is the death! Can you rob the dead without paying for it? Wild ticket! I'm not ready yet.
Americans knew they had to just keep on sending pilots in until they took out these towers. And so in September of that year, the Americans were back to planning another raid over Chichijima Island, and one of the pilots selected to go on this particular raid was a 20-year-old named George, who actually was the youngest pilot in the United States Navy at the time. But despite his age, he'd actually flown in several combat missions already and had actually been shot down already and had to eject into the ocean and was subsequently rescued. On the morning of this raid, George, along with his two-man crew, which was his radio operator named Dell and his door gunner named Ted, they boarded the plane, and then at 7:15 a.m., George and his crew took off, along with dozens of other American aircraft that were part of this operation. George immediately climbed above 8,000 feet because that would put them outside of anti-aircraft gun range. And so the way this mission would work is all these pilots would fly over the island, and then in order to drop their bombs, they would have to dive down below 8,000 feet and then manually drop their bombs and then try to get back up above 8,000 feet and out away from the island. And so George had run missions like this before, and so he was one of the first to actually make that dive down to the island. And as soon as he went below 8,000 feet, the island just erupted with anti-aircraft gun fire. And so all these rounds are coming up, flak is popping all over the place, and George almost immediately notices the side of his plane gets hit. But the plane's stable enough that he decides he's just gonna keep on diving down and complete the mission. And he's yelling back to Ted and to Dell to hold on, and they get all the way down to 3,000 feet when George releases two 500-pound bombs that are direct hits on the radio tower he was assigned to bomb. But at this point, George's plane is now engulfed in flames. It can barely fly, and so George is again yelling at Ted and Dell to hold on. He's pulling back on the lever, and he begins to turn himself away from the tower out towards the water, and he manages to fly away from the island, but he can feel the plane starting to go down. Now, George had previously been shot down before, and what he learned from that is how important it was to fly as far away from the enemy as you possibly can before you bail out of your plane. Because if you bail too early and you land in the water right near where the enemy is, you'll just get captured. And so George was holding on to that lever and keeping his plane up as long as he possibly could. And so he's flying and getting lower and lower and lower and closer to the water, and Ted and Dell are yelling at him that they gotta jump out. Meanwhile, outside, the other planes that had sustained damage, the other American planes, their crews are already bailing out. But George is saying, no, hold on. And he keeps going farther and farther until he's so close to the water that it's practically too late. And then he gives the order to jump out of the plane. George abandons his controls. He leaps out the door and he hits his head on the back of the plane as he leaps out. But his chute would open up right before he hit the water, and it would save his life. As soon as George hits the water and he comes up for air, he's under his parachute. And so he's trying to get his parachute away to get a breath of air. He disconnects his parachute from his shoulders. He clears the parachute and he's looking around, and he sees his plane that is now being flown by no one go crashing directly into the water. And so immediately he's looking around for Ted and Dell's parachute to make sure they're okay, but he doesn't see any parachutes anywhere. However, George notices a life raft from his plane had miraculously just landed like 10 feet away from him. So he swims over to the life raft, he climbs inside, and once he's in there, all he's thinking about is Ted and Dell. So he's yelling for Ted, he's yelling for Dell, but he's not getting a response. And so George turns around in the raft. So now he's facing towards the island, and to his horror, way off on the horizon, right near the edge of this island, are Japanese patrol boats that are speeding in his direction. He knows they're coming to get him and the other people that had jumped out of these planes. And so George turns back around, he leaps onto his chest on the front of this raft, and he starts using his hands to swim as fast as he can away from this island. The whole time he's screaming out for Ted and Dell in hopes he's going to find them. Little did he know that both of them had not survived the crash. One had not even jumped out of the plane and had died on impact, and the other had jumped out, but their parachute had not inflated. And so George is swimming as fast as he possibly can, and he's yelling out for Dell and for Ted, and he's looking, but he doesn't hear them, he doesn't see them, and he knows that not only is he not going to find his friends, but there's just no way he's going to outswim these boats. And so at some point, he just turns around and sits in the raft, and he's looking towards these patrol boats, and he knows that at some point they're going to come up here and they're going to capture him. and all he can think about is how guilty he feels about Ted and Del. And he starts second guessing his decision to keep that plane flying as long as he did and make them bail out so late. And he's thinking, I probably got them killed. And then he thought about his wife, and he wondered if he'd ever see her again. And then he turned towards these Japanese boats that were much closer now, but still fairly far away, and he began mentally preparing himself for captivity. But before he could be captured, American aircraft come storming in overhead, and they go flying past him towards the island, and they start dropping bombs and strafing these Japanese boats that were coming out to get George. And so George is thinking, oh my goodness, what luck. He turns around, he gets back on his chest, and he starts swimming as fast as he can, trying to get away, knowing that these boats are totally preoccupied with the aircraft overhead. And for 2 hours, George used every ounce of strength he had to swim as far as he possibly could away from this island. But at some point, he was just so unbelievably exhausted, he just could not paddle any farther. And so he's just laying on this raft when he hears the sound of something coming out of the water. And he turns and he sees the periscope of an American...
Yeah, I'm listening to Mr. Bond. Mr. Bond.
submarine coming out of the water. And seconds later, the crew of this American submarine comes right up alongside him. They grab him out of the raft, they put him in the submarine, and he was saved. Besides George, Ted, and Del, there were 8 other American airmen that had to bail out of their aircraft because they were badly damaged following this raid. And so originally, those 8 people were not recovered, and they were believed to have drowned at sea. But that actually was not true. The U.S. government figured out fairly quickly what happened to them, but the details of what happened to them were so gruesome, the government decided they did not want to tell anyone. They especially didn't want to tell the parents and loved ones of these 8 airmen, because they believed if they heard the true account, that would be too traumatic for them. And so they made the details of these 8 deaths totally top secret. But 60 years later, in 2004, an author named James Bradley discovered transcripts from a post-World War II Japanese war crimes trial held in Guam, where Japanese military leaders confessed to what they did to these 8 captured Americans. This is the true account. Unlike George, these 8 other airmen bailed out almost immediately after they got out over the water. And so that placed them in the water very close to the island. And so before the American aircraft could come in and save the day, like they did with George, these 8 airmen were scooped up by the Japanese and brought back to the island. The Japanese soldiers on this island for the past several months have been getting constantly bombed by American aircraft, inflicting a very high casualty rate. And so these soldiers hated the Americans, and they wanted revenge against the Americans. And so suddenly you have these 8 American prisoners on this island with no one to protect them. And so what do you think happens? The Japanese decide they're going to exact their revenge on these 8 men. Within 24 hours of being captured, the 8 men were kind of huddled up in one section of the island when one of them, Marv Mershon, who was 19 from Long Beach, California, was grabbed by a Japanese commander, stood up, and moved to the central area within their military camp, and they tied him to a tree. And this commander encouraged all of the other soldiers to
have a good night. I'll see you in the morning.
All day long, soldiers were coming up and just beating the crap out of Marv, and Marv is tied to the tree. He can't do anything. And these 7 other prisoners are forced to just watch because they can't do anything. And so that night, the same commander comes back and he unties Marv from the tree, and he tells these 7 other prisoners to stay where they are. And this commander and several other Japanese soldiers, they take Marv and they march him away from the group into the jungle, and they march him over to this freshly dug grave. And standing next to the grave that Marv would have seen is this Japanese soldier carrying a sword. And so Marv is told to walk up to the edge of this grave. They tell him to kneel down in front of this grave, and they let him smoke a final cigarette. And apparently Marv very calmly smoked the cigarette, and when he was done, the man with the sword put a blindfold on Marv and then told Marv to extend his neck. And as soon as he did, he was beheaded. Afterwards, they buried him inside of this grave. That night, one of the high-ranking Japanese generals on the island, a man named Yoshio Tachibana, who was an alcoholic and was notorious for his sadistic tendencies with prisoners, he was sitting around drinking, having a good time, when he decided that his soldiers, they needed to prove they had what he called the fighting spirit. And the only way they could show they had this fighting spirit was by consuming human flesh. And so Tachibana ordered his soldiers to go exhume Marv from his shallow grave, and then Tachibana sent over one of his surgeons, and he told him to remove Marv's thigh. So the surgeon goes over, he surgically removes Marv's thigh, he gives it to one of the cooks, and the cooks, they make this huge meal using Marv's thigh, and they serve it to Tachibana and his other high-ranking officers and some soldiers. And apparently, Marv's thigh tasted so good with soy sauce and with sake that Tachibana ordered his soldiers to go back and cut more meat off of Marv, which they did. Within a month of Marv's execution and consumption, Tachibana decided that he wanted to eat more human flesh, and he wanted his soldiers to eat more human flesh because he and a number of the other officers were superstitious that this could make them stronger and it would be good for their stomach and it would be good for their health. And so they decide they're going to kill more of the American prisoners and eat them. And so they brought the 7 remaining American prisoners out to the rifle range. And once they were all out there, one of the Japanese officers grabbed 25-year-old Floyd Hall from Missouri. They pulled him out of the group and they walked him over to the middle of this range and they tied him to a wooden stake in the ground. And once he was in place, Tachibana, who was there, he ordered the other Japanese soldiers to work on their bayonet work on Floyd Hall. And so one by one, these soldiers would go up and plunge their bayonets into Floyd Hall's chest, into his stomach, until he ultimately died. Once he was dead, Tachibana, who had brought along his surgeons for this very reason, he sent them out to remove Floyd's liver and his gallbladder right in front of the now 6 living prisoners. They're watching this happen right in front of them. And then once his liver and gallbladder have been removed and wrapped in cellophane paper to preserve them, the surgeons walked back and stood on the edge because they knew this was not the last execution of the day. And so the other 6 prisoners are looking around, wondering what's next, and then one of the commanders walks over and he grabs another one of the prisoners. His name was Earl Vaughn. He was 22 years old from Texas, and as soon as he was grabbed, he knew he did not want to face the same fate Floyd did. And so right away, he became defiant. He wanted to die more quickly, and so he began yelling Semper Fi at the Japanese, and he kept extending his neck and pointing up at his neck, indicating he wanted a clean and quick death. Behead me. And so the Japanese, they tried to strap him to this wooden post because they wanted the other soldiers to work on their bayonets with him, but it was just too difficult with Earl. He put up such a fight and he kept putting his neck out that finally one of the soldiers did pull him down and he was beheaded. And then again, the surgeons came running out into the field, and in plain sight of the now 5 remaining American captives, they removed Earl's liver and his gallbladder and then wrapped them in cellophane paper to preserve them. And then they took Floyd and Earl's organs and they went back to the cooks to have them prepared. And that night, all the high-ranking officers on the island feasted on Earl and Floyd. Within a few days of Floyd and Earl's murders, the other 5 captives were also executed in a similar fashion, one by one, in front of their comrades. And 2 of those remaining 5 were also consumed. And unfortunately, one of those 2 was not executed beforehand. Instead, they had pieces of their body surgically amputated, and then those pieces would get cooked and eaten, and when they were done eating them, they would just come back and cut off more and more and more until there was nothing left to eat. And at that point, that prisoner was executed. They did this in order to keep their meat fresh. After the war was over, 34 Japanese soldiers, including General Tachibana, were tried for war crimes for their atrocities they committed against these 8 prisoners of war. They were all found guilty, and they were all hanged and buried in unmarked graves in Guam. The other men on the island that witnessed these atrocities and didn't do anything about it, or participated but in some sort of secondary way, they were also tried for war crimes, found guilty, and sent to jail, but all of them were released after 8 years. George was 80 years old when he finally learned about the atrocities on Chichijima Island that he so narrowly escaped. He, like everyone else that was learning about
Now, I must ask. I am sure he will be
Something's going on outside.
Ah, the meddler in the flesh. We have
Elizabeth says, 2 viewers, +1, 6 hours 49 minutes and 7 seconds.
Let her go. It matters not. You will hand over what you have found. Come, Kanu.
Friend, give us the pieces. Come now, think this through. We promise you more. Accept it.
I need more time for that.
More wolves in sheep's clothing.
We were trying to save you.
Be gone, foul creature. I'm not ready yet. I'll take you.
Strange odor about this bell.
About this was horrified and disturbed, but more than anything, George felt a deep sense of guilt for having survived. But what we can all say for sure is that George did not waste his second chance at life. George H.W. Bush would go on to become the 41st President of the United States of America, and his son, also named George Bush, would go on to become the 43rd President of the United States of America. Two world leaders who would change the course of history forever, who never would have been if George Sr. had bailed out of that plane near Chichijima Island just a few seconds earlier. Think about that. So that's going to do it, guys. If you found the secret in today's episode, let us know in the comments section what it is and where you found it. So give us the timestamp, and if you're the first to do that, we'll pin you at the top of the comments section. If you got something out of today's episode and you haven't done this already, please replace the like button's hand sanitizer with lubricant right before they head out to do some errands. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly 3 or 4 video uploads. We are now selling merch like this flannel, like this hat, and you can buy some of your own at shopmrballin.com. You can also check out our Instagram page called Shop Mr. Ballin. If you want to get in touch with me, you can direct message me on Instagram or on Twitter. My username on both platforms is the same. It's JohnBallin416. I also have a ton of content over on TikTok where my username is Mr. Ballin. I also have a second YouTube channel called Mr. Ballin Shorts where I post random short videos and lost episodes. If you have a story suggestion, please submit it to our subreddit that's called Mr. Ballin. It's linked in the description below. So whether I see you on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, Reddit, YouTube, or some combination, just know that I really appreciate your support, and until next time, that's going to do it. See you. Today, we're going to look at 3 places you can't go and people who went there anyways. But before we get into those stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload 3 or 4 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, please offer to do all of the like button's laundry, but only dry their clothes about 80% of the way. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. All right, let's get into today's stories. From 1995 to 2000, Terry Grove was the manager at the Animal Research Lab at Regions Hospital in St. Paul, Minnesota. During that time, she noticed there was an issue with a particular piece of large cleaning equipment that she and the other lab technicians used every single day. She voiced her concerns to the hospital and said that they needed to replace it ASAP because it was exacerbating what happened. But the hospital decided they didn't want to replace it, they wanted to fix it because they figured it was salvageable and it was more cost-effective. But after the repairs, Terry and her team reported having the same issue with this piece of machinery. And so again, the hospital decided to fix it instead of replace it, and again, after the repairs, Terry and her team said the issue persisted. For years, Terry complained to the hospital that there were big issues with the design of this piece of equipment, that no matter how many times you try to fix it, it's always going to have this core issue, which is why it needs to be replaced. But the hospital was unwilling to spend the additional money required to replace this piece of machinery, and so eventually, Terry and the rest of the crew just had to accept that they had a faulty piece of equipment and they had to be extra cautious every time they used it. In 2004, a few years after Terry had left the hospital, a 31-year-old woman named Tracy Kraling got a job there as a veterinary technician in the same lab that Terry had worked in. Tracy was devoted to animals, and she was a die-hard soccer and hockey player and fan. And in October of that year, she married the love of her life. Less than a month after her wedding day, she was in the lab finishing up for the day, and she needed to sterilize her equipment. So she walked over to the still faulty piece of cleaning equipment called the autoclave. An autoclave is a device that looks kind of like an oven that uses superheated steam to sterilize equipment and other objects inside of it. The autoclave at Regions Hospital was a huge industrial version that staff would have to walk inside of to place their equipment and then walk out of before they started. And the persisting issue with this autoclave was its door. It shut on its own. Once it shut, the suction that was created inside of it held the door shut. And so if you were unlucky enough to be stuck inside the autoclave, even if it was off, you couldn't open the door again. The suction was too strong, and so somebody outside the autoclave would be the only way for you to get out. The issue with this door was so bad that workers in the lab would prop the door open with a big piece of wood every time they went inside in order to guarantee it did not shut on them while they were inside. However, on this day, Tracy did not use a big piece of wood. Perhaps she thought she would only be inside for a couple of seconds, but either way, when she walked inside of that autoclave, the door shut behind her, and then suction kicked in, and she couldn't open it again. She was trapped. And then her worst nightmare came true when the machine turned on, and the steam cycle slowly began to pick up. Unfortunately, none of her coworkers had seen her go into the auto level, and so nobody knew she was stuck, and so nobody was there to open the door and let her out. And no matter how loud Tracy banged on that door and screamed and yelled, nobody would have heard her. And so eventually, this superheated steam began being pumped into the room all over Tracy. Eventually, when her coworkers found her, she was still alive, but she died within 24 hours as a direct result of the steam. The hospital was ultimately fined $75,000 for their role in the event.
That's it. Should have find a lot more than that.
If you take a trip to Hawaii, there's a good chance you'll visit the beautiful Rainbow Falls on the eastern side of the Big Island. But if you travel less than a mile upstream of those falls, you'll find an equally beautiful attraction that far less people know about, and it's called the Boiling Pots. 10,000 years ago, after a volcanic eruption, lava was flowing down the side of the mountain when it entered the Wailuku River. As the lava gradually cooled, the river water flowing all around it wound up carving out these standalone pools of water that were connected by a series of small waterfalls. These pools collectively make up the Boiling Pots. And they get their name because periodically the water in these pools appears to be boiling. Tourists at the Boiling Pots are allowed to look at the water from a safe distance on the cement overlook, but under no circumstances are allowed to actually enter the water. In 2015, Jolie Ricewig was a 62-year-old woman living in Kona, Hawaii, which is on the western side of the island. There, she owned a bed and breakfast whose main allure was that guests at this bed and breakfast got to go on these fun adventure tours with Jolie all over the island. And they almost always involved paddleboarding or swimming because Jolie was an avid outdoors person and a very talented swimmer and swim instructor, and so felt comfortable leading these types of excursions. On September 14th of that year, Jolie brought one of her male guests from her bed and breakfast out for an adventure tour at the Boiling Pots. She would have known that it was an off-limits area for swimmers because there were signs up everywhere saying as much, but Jolie wasn't planning to swim in the Boiling Pots. Instead, she was planning to float on them on inflatable rafts. And so she and this man climbed aboard their respective rafts and began paddling around one of the upper pools, taking in the incredible view of this natural phenomenon. As they were relaxing, suddenly there was this rush of water that came tumbling over the fall that dumped down into the pool they were in. It was a flash of flood. And before Jolie and this man could swim outside of the pool and get to safety, the water under them began to turn violently and actually thrust them over the edge down into the next pool. And as soon as they hit the water, they had fallen off of the rafts. Now they're swimming in the water, and they're feeling a current pulling them down and pulling them forward towards the next cliff into the next pool. And so they both began desperately swimming towards the edge. Jolie actually grabbed the man and helped push him up and out to safety. And as soon as he was on land, he turned around to grab her, but she wasn't there. And so he's looking around and all he can see is her raft floating on the surface being taken down into the rapids. And so he thinks, okay, she must have fallen into the next pool. And so on the side of the waterway, he runs down and he's looking into the next pool, the next pool, the next pool, and she's nowhere to be found. And after a few minutes of looking and not knowing where she was, he called the authorities. They came out and they launched this huge search for her, but despite searching the entirety of the Boiling Pots and all the way downstream, there was no sign of her. And after looking for an entire week, they never found anything. It was like she just disappeared, and so they turned the search off. As devastating as this was for the family to not have closure about what happened to Jolie, this was not a surprising outcome. In fact, it was almost an expected outcome considering why the Boiling Pots are off limits to swimmers. Each of the pools of water that make up the Boiling Pots is a deep, nearly vertical shaft of water, and at the bottom of it are these entrances to these underground tunnels. And these entrances are big enough for a person to slip inside of. And these tunnels are not short. They go on for a long ways in all different directions. In a flash flood scenario, that increased water that's flowing down the Boiling Pots creates this unbelievable current that inside of each of these pools is pulling straight down, which gives the water the impression that it's boiling, because basically the water's tumbling over as it's being filtered up and down inside of this vertical shaft. And so if you get grabbed by this current, it's going to pull you down and into one of these tunnels, and you won't get out again unless the current releases you. And so Jolie, after helping her guest get out of the water to safety, she was pulled down and into one of these tunnels, and she was held there for 5 months until finally the current released her, and her remains were spotted just below the pots in a tide pool.
That's kind of crazy.
Lawrence Daquan Davis, who just went by Day, graduated from a military-style high school in 2009. Following his graduation, he enrolled in Job Corps, which offers young people from a low-income background free career education and vocational training. During his time in the Job Corps program, he trained as a medical assistant, and then after successful completion of Job Corps, he applied for numerous jobs all over the place, but no medical facility was ready to hire him. For a couple of years, Day consistently tried to apply to medical facility after medical facility, but after everybody kept denying him, mostly because he lacked experience or he lacked the credentials they were looking for, he eventually realized that, it's probably not going to happen, that he should look into some other career field. And so he decided he would join the military. But when he took the military entrance exam, he failed the math portion, and so was told he can't join the military. And so Day decided he would study and retake the exam, but he knew in the meantime he needed to make money right now. He was the oldest of 4 siblings, and his mother, who had had him when she was only 14 years old, was out of work, and Day's father was not in the picture. And so Day felt like it was his responsibility to step up and help support his family. And so he did what many other people in Jacksonville, Florida did when they were struggling to find work. He went to a temp agency. Temp agencies are staffing firms that contract with employers who are in need of temporary, part-time, or seasonal workers. The temp agency hires someone like Day and then ships them off to one of their client companies when they need work. Conceptually, this employment structure works great for all parties involved. People like Day get to have a paycheck really quickly, and the companies have their short-term employment needs met on the cheap. But there's a loophole. Temp workers are legally employed by the temp agency, not by the physical location they go to do work as the direct employer. This is a very important distinction because it means the temp agency is the one that has to pay for insurance for the temp worker, not the direct employer. Therefore, if a temp worker gets hurt on a temporary job, the direct employer's insurance costs will not spike. Instead, the temp agency's insurance costs will spike. Meaning, the direct employer knows they can be kind of reckless with their temporary workers because there's not a big penalty if they get hurt on the job. This loophole doesn't mean much if the temporary worker is being asked to be a receptionist where it's totally safe. But this loophole matters a lot when the temp worker is asked to do something dangerous, like work with industrial machinery inside of a factory. On August 16, 2012, Day received a call back from the temp agency he went to, telling him that they had a job for him. It was at the Bacardi Bottling Corporation in Jacksonville, Florida. They told him he needed to be at the warehouse that day at 2:45 p.m. for training, and then at 3 p.m., 15 minutes later, he would start his first shift. After Day agreed to do this job and hung up with the temp agency, he excitedly called his mother to tell her that he had finally landed a real job. In fact, this would be the first job he had ever had, and so he was just very proud of himself. And his mother was very proud of him too. And so Day asked her, would you give me a ride to Walmart so I can pick up some things I need for work? I need a shirt, I need some pants, I need some special industrial boots. And so his mom said, absolutely. She swung home, she picked him up. The pair went to Walmart, they picked out his whole outfit, and then from Walmart, his mother just drove him directly over to the Bacardi factory to begin his first day. Day went inside, and just a couple of minutes later, at 2:45 p.m., he was shown a very short safety video. That would be all the training he received. Day was brought into Bacardi to be a warehouse clerk, which basically meant he would do odd jobs around the factory that didn't require a lot of skill. And so after he watched this training video, he was told to head down to the bottling line to watch all of the bottles as they went by to make sure the labels were put on properly. Before he headed down to the floor, Day stopped in the bathroom and took a very proud selfie of himself to commemorate the start of his first shift at his first job ever. He sent the picture to his fiancée, put the phone in his pocket, and then headed out the door down to his first workstation. There was a section of the factory that initially Day was not working in, where there were these huge machines called palletizers that took the finished bottles of rum and stacked them into what are called pallets so they could be shipped off to stores. These palletizers are 2-story pieces of heavy machinery where the top story is just catwalks where the palletizer operator can manipulate the machines, and then the first floor is where the rum actually comes into the machine and is moved around and stacked on these big metal platforms. Sometimes as the rum comes in on the conveyor belt, they will fall off and smash on the ground. This started to happen about 90 minutes after Day took that selfie in the bathroom. The palletizer operator, after seeing the broken glass, called out over the radio that he needed a temp worker to come into that section of the factory and help him. Day's supervisor at the bottling line told Day to stop what he was doing and go over and help pick up the glass. There is a security camera video of Day running into the section of the factory where all the palletizers are, making himself obviously available to help pick up this glass. And the operator sees him and immediately turns, he's up on the catwalk, and he points down towards the first floor, clearly telling Day, you need to get down there, that's where the glass is, go sweep it up. Day immediately walks around and goes down to the first floor of this machine and begins working. A couple of minutes later, Day comes back up to the catwalk, and he looks visibly confused. He's scratching his head, and just everything about his body language says something is wrong. Now, we don't know for sure what Day says next, because there's no audio in this video, but he's clearly asking a question to the operator and also to a supervisor who's now in frame. And it looks very much like he's asking clarifying questions. Like he's confirming, you want me to go down there, right into that space down there and clean the glass up? That's what you want me to do? And clearly the operator and the supervisor have no time for questions from Day. They just want him to get this done. And so there's kind of a tense interaction between the two parties before Day ultimately just decides, okay, I'll just go down and do what they asked me to do. And so Day, again, goes back around and you see him go down into the first floor to continue cleaning this glass. And after a few moments, the supervisor and the operator, who don't realize Day is still down there, they turn the machine back on. And after a couple of seconds, they hear a scream coming from the first floor. They look over the railing down there and they see Day. The broken glass that needed to be cleaned up was located directly underneath this metal platform that lowered the built pallets that weighed 2,000 pounds all the way down to the floor before they were shipped off and out the door. In order for Day to actually get down in there and clean this glass up, he needed to crouch way down and practically crawl on his stomach to get into this tight space. While he was in there, the machine turned back on again, and he wasn't able to crawl out fast enough before this platform and 2,000 pounds of rum pressed him into the ground. It would be the equivalent of crawling on your stomach into the bottom of an elevator shaft and then having the elevator car come down and mechanically be lowered flush to the bottom with you in there. The palletizer operator and the other supervisor immediately spring into action and try to reverse this platform up off of Day, but they can't do it, and so they grabbed a metal pry bar and they tried to pry the platform off of him, but that didn't work either. And so finally, when emergency crews did show up and were able to get this platform up off of Day, it was too late. It was already dead. In any factory where a worker needs to go inside of a machine that could maim or kill them if it turned on, they go through what's called a lockout or tagout procedure before stepping foot inside. All it is they completely incapacitate that machine. Day had no idea about lockout and tagout procedures because the only training he got was a 15-minute video that didn't touch on them. And so although Day definitely had reservations about going down underneath this machine, he wanted to make a good first impression on his first day of work at his first job ever. And so he pushed his reservations aside and went down below, believing the supervisor and the operator were looking out for him. When in reality, they, like all of the other managers and supervisors inside of this warehouse, had been trained to prioritize productivity over safety. And so while they definitely knew the lockout tagout procedures, they chose not to do them because that slowed down productivity. And so in this unfortunate example where Day is kind of like a second-class citizen within the Bacardi plant because he's a temp worker, his safety was thrown out the window in favor of reaching a quota, and it got him killed. Bacardi was ultimately fined $192,000, but after they improved their safety compliance, their fine was reduced to $110,000. Bacardi also paid Day Davis's family $250,000. The staffing agency that employed Davis was not hit with any fines, and to this day, they are still sending temp workers to the Bacardi bottling factory. So that's going to do it, guys. If you found the secret in today's episode, let us know in the comments what it is and where you found it, so give us the timestamp, and if you're the first to do that, we'll pin you at the top of the comments section. If you enjoyed today's video and you haven't done this already, please offer to do the like button's laundry, but only dry their clothes about 80% of the way. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly 3 or 4 video uploads. If you want to get in touch with me, you can direct message me on Instagram or on Twitter. My username for both platforms is the same. It's JohnBallin416. I also have a ton of content over on TikTok where my username is Mr. Ballin. I also have a second YouTube channel called Mr. Ballin Shorts where I post random short videos and lost episodes. If you have a story suggestion, please submit it to our subreddit just called Mr. Ballin. It's linked in the description below. So whether I see you on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Reddit, YouTube, or some combination, just know that I really appreciate your support, and until next time, that's gonna do it. See ya. Today, we're going to look at 3 places you can't go and people who went there anyways. But before we get into today's stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload 3 or 4 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, politely ask the like button to give you a ride home, but instead of sitting in the front seat, sit directly behind them, and then proceed to violently kick the back of their seat the entire ride, periodically asking if you're there yet. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Alright, let's get into today's story. On May 23rd, 2011, a 26-year-old woman named Jamie Miner was working at a fancy restaurant in Austin, Texas. That night, something seemed to come over Jamie, and she began acting erratic, according to her coworkers. So erratic, in fact, that her boss told her she had to go home. And so some of Jamie's coworkers decided they would call one of her friends to come pick her up because they were concerned Jamie could not get home under her own power. But it would later turn out that when that friend showed up at the restaurant to get Jamie, Jamie wasn't there. And so the friend tried calling Jamie and looking for Jamie, but she was nowhere to be found. When the next day Jamie had still not come home, Jamie's friends and family began calling around and asking if anybody knew where she was, but no one seemed to know. And so the parents filed a missing person report and then began putting up flyers all over Austin in hopes that someone would recognize her and call in with some information. But over the next several weeks, after the police have launched their own search, no one came forward with any information about Jamie. Then on June 29th, so 37 days after Jamie has gone missing, a worker found some of Jamie's personal belongings inside of a parking garage about a half-mile away from Jamie's restaurant. This discovery prompted police to pull the surveillance footage not only from the parking garage, but from neighboring businesses. And what they saw on all of this footage was on the night Jamie was supposed to be getting picked up by her friend, she instead shows up on camera trying to get in the side door of a steakhouse located right next to that parking garage. The steakhouse was called Perry's, and Jamie used to work there. So Jamie tries the side door, it doesn't work, so she makes her way into the parking garage and tries a door on the back of the restaurant, but that also doesn't work. Then, for reasons no one fully understands, Jamie made her way up to the 3rd floor of this parking garage where she managed to pull off the cover of this huge air duct and then climbed inside. This air duct did eventually connect down to the steakhouse Perry's on the 1st floor, but in order to get down there, you need to navigate these very tight and steep sections of pipe, and the inside of this air duct gets to be over 115 degrees Fahrenheit. The security footage only showed Jamie climbing into the duct. They didn't have footage of her leaving the duct. So the police made their way over to Perry's and this parking garage, and they get inside the air duct, and they find Jamie. She had managed to climb through the ducts from the 3rd floor all the way down to the section of duct that was between the 1st floor and the 2nd floor. There, she had tried to go down this very steep section of pipe, and after getting to the bottom of it, she could not make the tight turn through the pipe. Her body just could not contort around the turn, but unfortunately, going back up it was impossible. It was too steep, it was too narrow, and there's nothing to grab on. Jamie almost certainly began screaming for help, but the section of pipe she got stuck in was located in a building just off of the parking garage, more or less abandoned, and so no one was hurt. It's unclear how long Jamie was alive inside of that air duct, but eventually she died of hyperthermia, or overheating. While no one knows for sure why Jamie acted the way she did on the night she went missing, it was determined in her toxicology report that she had LSD in her liver. LSD is a very powerful hallucinogen. During a busy 2009 weekend on a popular river in Florida, 2 boats collided. Within minutes, one of them, a 40-foot-long pleasure craft, had sank. Luckily, all the passengers on both boats survived, but unluckily, where the sunk boat finally landed underwater was not very deep, and it was just barely outside of a main shipping channel, which meant if it didn't get moved, someone was eventually going to run into it. The marina owner contacted a local commercial diver and asked him if he would come out and lift this boat up and move it, but that diver was not going to be available for several weeks, and he was asking for too much money. So the marina owner reached out to another local diver, a guy by the name of Tim, and offered him the job. Tim was not a commercial diver. He was a 43-year-old recreational diver who was well known in the area and had lots of diving experience. But in terms of experience lifting 40-foot crafts off the bottom of the river, Tim had no experience. But Tim was excited at this challenge being presented to him, and so he accepted the deal and offered to do it for half the money the commercial diver was asking for. Even though Tim had never raised a boat before, he knew it was going to require a lot of lift bags around the boat. Lift bags are like these big, durable balloons that you can inflate and deflate underwater. But before Tim could just go down and start placing these bags, he needed to do a survey dive where he just went down and checked out the wreckage, saw it for himself, and figured out how many lift bags he would need and where he would place them. So on September 12th, Tim threw all of his dive gear into his truck, he left the marina and drove over to a parking lot that butted up against the shipping channel. Tim hopped out, leaving his gear in the truck. He walked down to the edge of the riverbank and he scanned out across the river looking for the buoy that the marina owner had told him was out there, designating where the shipwreck was. Once he found it and saw that it was not very far from where he was, he just walked back up to his truck, grabbed his gear, came back down to the water's edge. He jocked up, then hopped in the water and swam out to the buoy. Once he was there, he placed his diver down flag on the buoy. This is a flag that signifies to anybody in the area that there is a diver below them, and then he made his descent. Tim didn't expect to be underwater for very long, and because he was a very experienced diver, he probably thought this dive was going to be extremely routine. And so for those reasons, he had elected not to bring a dive partner with him. This is a huge no-no in the diving community, especially if you're going to be diving in a hazardous environment like a shipwreck. But Tim was confident, so he broke that rule. One of the pieces of gear that Tim had brought with him was a diver propulsion vehicle, or DPV for short. These DPVs come in all shapes and sizes, but what you should picture in your head is like a little torpedo with a propeller on the back, and the diver holds on to this torpedo and controls the speed using a throttle and basically just rockets around underwater. The current in the river that Tim was going to be in was fairly strong, and so Tim brought his DPV to help him stay near the shipwreck as he inspected it. After Tim went subsurface, he grabbed his scooter and began going straight down, and the water was not very clear, so he couldn't see the shipwreck at first. But after going down about 50 feet, he saw this beautiful boat. It was perched on its side on this fairly steep embankment with its nose pointing in the direction of the current flow. Right away, Tim got to work swimming around the shipwreck, looking for different points on the boat where he could attach lift bags and marking those locations on his diver slate, which is like a dry erase board. But after going around the boat several times, Tim had not seen the actual impact site on the side of the boat that caused it to sink in the first place, and he wondered if it was hidden on the side of the boat that was laying on the sand. And so Tim decided he wanted to go down and have a look, and so he went down to where the sand met the boat, but as soon as he got down there, he kicked up all the mud and the sand, and it killed his visibility. And so he grabbed onto the side of the boat, and he picked up his DPV and turned it on with the propellers pointed back towards where the mud and the sand was, and he kind of used the propellers of the DPV like a leaf blower and blew the mud and sand out of his field of vision. And it worked great, but he couldn't see the impact site. And so he got underneath the boat and got closer and closer to where the actual metal of the boat was pressing up against the sand, and just continued to blow away the mud and sand to get a better look. And all of a sudden, the ship lurched forward and came to a stop on Tim's leg. Couldn't move, he was totally trapped. When Tim had used his DPV to clear away the mud and sand, he had also blown away some of the mud and sand that was keeping the boat from sliding farther down the embankment. And so when it got blown away, the boat became unsteady and came to rest. When Tim was not able to pull his legs out from under this incredibly heavy boat, he most likely used the DPV to continue to erode the mud and sand around the boat to try to get it to continue to slide down off of his legs. But he wasn't able to do that because the boat was basically wedged up against his legs. Tim's legs were the thing keeping the boat from sliding any farther. And because Tim did not bring a dive partner, there was literally no one there to save him. And even though he had told the marina owner that he was going out to survey the wreck, he had not given his timeline, so no one was expecting him. And so he would have realized very quickly that there was virtually nothing he could do but wait to die. Several hours later, someone on the surface noticed Tim's diver down flag on that buoy and called in the authorities. When the fire department's dive team went down to the wreckage, they found Tim. He was still trapped underneath the boat. He had run out of air and he had drowned. From a young age, Carrie O'Connor had an intense love of learning. When she learned how to read, her parents had to bribe her to get her to put her book down so she would go outside and play with the other kids. While Carrie loved to learn about all things, her favorite subject was French culture. And so she began devouring all things French, and then in middle school she began studying the language, and by high school she was nearly fluent and taking college-level French courses. Carrie would go on to earn several degrees in French, including a PhD. And in 2019, she put that PhD to use when she was offered a full-time professorship at Boston University. She eagerly accepted the role. After her first full year at BU, she decided it was time to get an apartment that was closer to campus. So in August of 2020, shortly after Carrie's 38th birthday, she, along with her 2 beloved cats, moved just 10 minutes away from Boston University into an old apartment building on a busy street. With her apartment still filled with unopened moving boxes and furniture wrapped in plastic, Carrie broke out her laptop and enthusiastically wrote an email to all of her students for the year titled The Joy of Learning French. In it, her students saw her passion for the French language and how excited she was about the upcoming academic year. A few weeks later, on Monday, September 14th, Carrie was back at her apartment building after classes, and she had just purchased a brand new piece of furniture that she wanted to haul off of her apartment. This piece of furniture was not actually assembled. All the parts and the directions were inside of this box that was 7 feet tall, 1 foot wide, and weighed just under 8 inches. And so Carrie got this huge box out of her car at street level and then hauled it all the way through the front doors of her apartment building into the first floor lobby, where she leaned it up against the wall and then pressed the call button for the elevator. To understand what happens next, you need to have a basic understanding of how Carrie's elevator worked. Once the elevator car arrived on your floor, you would slide open this big door called the hoistway door. And on the other side, you would see the elevator car, and on the car itself would be yet another door. This door is called the car gate. This metal accordion-style door would also be slid to the side manually, but unlike the hoistway door, the car gate had to be shut all the way in order for the elevator to move between floors. So when the light dinged in the first floor lobby above Carrie's head, she opened up the hoistway door, and then she reached inside and slid open the car gate, and then she grabbed her package and began trying to push it inside of the elevator car. The only way it looked like she could fit this huge package inside of the elevator was if she got it in there at an angle standing up. But no matter how hard she pushed and pulled on it, she just could not get it to go inside. And so while Carrie's doing this, another tenant happened to walk in the front doors of the apartment building, and they saw Carrie struggling, and at first he just walked past Carrie and started going up the stairs towards his own apartment, but he stopped and turned. He just said to Carrie, "Hey, I don't think it's a good idea to keep doing what you're doing. That package looks like it's too heavy to be on that elevator. The elevator's really old, and you might trip the sensor, and it might start moving before you're ready. You know, we've had problems with that elevator before. It's just not worth the risk." And so Carrie, who's already pretty committed to doing this, she hesitates for a second and just kind of looks at her package. Then she looks up at the guy and says, "You know what? I'm just going to try one more time to get it inside the elevator." And so Carrie goes back to trying to get it on, and this other tenant hesitates for a second and then decides, okay, I'll help her do it. And so he goes down and he holds open the hoistway door with his hand, and Carrie goes inside of the elevator car, and she uses her hip to keep open the car gate. And the two of them begin pushing and pulling, and finally they're able to wedge this package at an angle inside of the elevator. So Carrie thanks the guy, and he says no problem. He turns and walks up the stairs and disappears. Once he was gone, Carrie didn't press any of the floor buttons. Instead, she tried to close the car gate over the top of the package. But at the same time, a maintenance worker in the floor below her, which was the basement, hit the call button for the elevator. Unbeknownst to Carrie, the top of her huge package, when they wedged it inside, had pressed up against the sensor at the top of the door frame that registers when the car gate has shut. And so when the maintenance worker pressed the call button, because that package was pressing on the sensor, it tricked the elevator into thinking the gate was shut and secured, and now it was time to move. And so the car began to go down, but it only made it a couple of feet before the movement caused the package to slip off of the sensor, causing the elevator to stop. Carrie was most likely very confused how this car would have moved, considering the car gate was still wide open, but she had bigger problems. She was now trapped between the first floor lobby and the basement. But she didn't panic. Instead, she decided she would just get her package back inside the elevator car, and then she would figure out what to do next. The package, when it came off that sensor, had fallen forward and was basically jutting out of the elevator. The top half of it was in the first floor lobby, propped up against the floor of the first floor. And so Carrie turned around so her back was facing outside of the elevator, and she got down in a squatting position underneath her package, so her shoulder was up against the package, and then she began pressing it up as hard as she could until she managed to press the package back inside of her car. But again, the top of that package made contact with that sensor that registers whether that gate is shut, and so believing it was shut and secure, the elevator began moving down again. This time, Carrie went back into the opening of the elevator. She lost her balance and fell backwards out of the elevator into that narrow space between the outside of the elevator and the inside of the elevator shaft. Now, if the elevator had not been moving, she probably could have just crawled back up into the elevator, but unfortunately, her package this time did not survive the sensor. And so the elevator still believed the gate was shut, and so it kept on moving down. And so as soon as Carrie fell into this narrow space, the movement of the elevator would have kind of sucked her up into that space, crushing her up against the inside of the elevator shaft wall as the car forces its way down past her towards the basement. But the car doesn't even get to the basement. It stops once Carrie is pinned perfectly between the elevator and the elevator shaft walls. When the fire department finally arrived, it was too late. Carrie was already deceased. So that's gonna do it, guys. If you found the secret in today's episode, let us know in the comments what it is and where you found it, so give us the timestamp. And if you're the first to do that, we will pin you at the top of the comment section. If you got something out of today's video and you haven't done this already, please politely ask the like button to give you a ride home. And when they say yes, instead of sitting in the front seat, sit directly behind them, and then proceed to violently kick the back of their seat the whole ride, periodically asking if you're there yet. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly 3 or 4 video uploads. If you want to get in touch with me, you can direct message me on Instagram or on Twitter. My username for both platforms is the same. It's JohnBallin416. I also have a ton of content over on TikTok where my username is Mr. Ballin. I also have a second YouTube channel called Mr. Ballin Shorts, where I post random short videos and lost episodes. If you have a story suggestion, please submit it to our subreddit, just called Mr. Ballin. It's linked in the description below. So whether I see you on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, Reddit, YouTube, or some combination, just know that I really appreciate your support, and until next time, that's going to do it. See ya. Today, we're going to look at 3 places you can't go and people who went there anyways. But before we get into today's stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you come to the right place, because that's all we do, and we upload 3 or 4 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, please replace the like button's hairspray with Gorilla Glue adhesive spray. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. All right, let's get into today's stories. On February 24th, 2019, a woman arrived at a ceramics factory in Hubei province in China. She walked through the front door into the main office, where she saw a desk attendant. She informed them she was a quality control inspector, and she was there that day to inspect their vehicles. The attendant was accustomed to their company being periodically inspected, and so she asked the woman if she needed any help, and the woman said, "Nope, I'm just going to roam around your building, check what I need to check, and then I'll be out of here." And so the attendant told her that was totally fine, and if she needed anything, just come back and she would help her. And so the inspector thanked her and then turned around and went out the front door and checked the vehicles in the front lot of the ceramics factory. And then after she was done, she went back into the main office. She walked past the attendant and out the back door into the very active yard, where all day long these huge bulldozers would move around thousands of pounds of sand. And so the inspector walked out that back door and she scanned the yard, and she saw there were 2 bulldozers doing just that, moving all around. And then off to the left side, there was a dump truck that seemed to be stationary. And so very confidently, she just walked right into the yard and made her way over to that dump truck. And then when she got there, she flagged the driver down and said she was an inspector and that she was going to check the vehicle. And so the driver helped her by turning on and off signals and moving back and forth. And then at some point, the inspector needed the dump truck driver to back up a significant distance. She needed to watch him do that. And so she, the inspector, backed away from the dump truck until she was in the middle of the yard, standing right in front of this parked bulldozer. What happens next is all caught on video. So as she's standing there and she's watching the dump truck back up right in front of her, the bulldozer driver behind her turns on the machine and immediately lurches forward.
Hey, happy Tuesday.
Now, the driver of
having
this
a good day.
bulldozer did not see the woman, and she was in his blind spot right in front of the bucket of his bulldozer. and he was not aware there was somebody on foot walking around the yard. It's an extremely dangerous place to be on foot. And so he goes right into her and he knocks her backwards as she falls into the bucket. She starts screaming, but no one can hear her.
Playing some Path of Exile too,
And the driver
and
drives
some
the
Mr.
bucket
Bond.
directly into a pile of sand and scoops up thousands of pounds of sand that come down directly on the woman. So now she's completely buried alive and crushed by all the sand. And the driver, completely oblivious, lifts the bucket up, turns around, and drives across the yard and dumps the sand and the woman into a vibrating sand. The vibrating sand crusher is exactly what it sounds like. It pulverizes bits of rock and stone and grinds them down into a very fine powder. The machines come in various shapes and sizes, but this one inside of this ceramics factory was a top-loaded version, and it basically looked like a big dumpster with this big opening at the top. And so these bulldozer drivers would take these clumps of sand and they would dump it in this opening at the top of this bin. And then once they dumped their sand into the opening, the machine would vibrate, causing the sand to filter its way down towards the bottom of the machine, where there were these big, vicious metal claws that constantly smashed together and would just completely obliterate anything that passed through them. In the video, when the driver dumps his bucket load into the sand crusher, you can actually see the woman fall.
You again? Ah, shit.
My life's work is about to be...
As you wish.
Fate flies dark! I'm not ready yet!
So long as divinity disgraces the world, no one is safe. You stand in the way of hope.
No mana!
Utopia. Oh! My lady, you must take your leave. I will bury these fools. I will bury it all. For the Savior!
Please, please, take me with you, please! Wait,
My lady, you must take your leave. I will bury these fools. I will
Treason
bury
is
it all.
unforgivable!
For the Savior!
Let the ancestors judge him.
Well, that was unexpected. I was expecting a second phase.
These murals, they appear to depict the weapon and the beast. Who made these?
The ones that came before. Older than the oldest stories.
Aye, this is the place. No two ways about it.
You've done well. This feels oddly familiar. This will take most of my strength. Stand back.
Behold! The might of the Karui!
No! What are you doing?
Taking what is rightfully ours! The Karui!
Prodigy 5818
Welcome, Prodigy
says,
5818.
What's up, Prodigy?
Pando says, welcome Prodigy 5818.
What? No! Daughter!
What's up, Prodigy?
The Karui way!
Good morning.
Prodigy 5818 says, how's your morning going?
Pretty good. It's actually kind of my night, technically, because I've been up
Quickly.
since
He
yesterday.
has returned to Nakanu. You must stop him. The weapon is ready. It will sicken quickly. You must.
Whoa!
Prodigit 5818 says, "Dude, I've been gone for weeks. I just got back few days ago."
Oh yeah, where have you been? Yeah, I noticed that.
Why would
You're not concerned.
Move swiftly.
Everybody's been wanting to play Call of Duty. Well, I hope you've been good. I hope you've been alright. I don't know how what you've been up to.
Let's deal.
What you been doing?
Good day. Come back soon. Twilight order up to no good. Caution advised.
Caution advised.
What can I tell?
Prodigit 5818 says, "In hospital spinal surgery."
That sucks. What the hell happened to your spine?
Fair enough. Come back soon.
Is it from bending over? No.
Prodigit 5818 says, "My mom's."
Oh, your mom. Damn, I hope your mom's alright. It's unfortunate. I hope the surgery went well too. Sorry to hear about that. What's overtime?
Prodigit 5818 says, "Yeah, she's recovering. I appreciate it, brother."
Oh yeah, no problem. Yeah, next time you want to play or something, let me know and I'll come play with you. I was just on Fortnite earlier, but I'm playing this right now because I'm taking a break. Well, I like to play other games other than Fortnite, so I play like a bunch of different things.
Here's what I've got. Good day. Bye then.
Prodigit 5818 says, "How's your stream going though? You've been getting your followers up."
Yeah, I've been working on it. Twitch hasn't been doing as good, but my YouTube and my Kick are getting a lot of followers and subscribers. And then my Twitch has kind of been getting there, and like sometimes I get a couple, sometimes I don't. It just kind of depends.
That bloody scoundrel Carnu. I can't believe it. Rosary's my name.
A lot of the people that
Ship's
watch me on
cook.
Twitch
I'll
watch
miss
other
that
people
at
too,
least.
so
So you
everybody's
to
kind
blame
of
for
got
the
to
grub?
share
Had me thinking I'd eaten the wrong
viewers
berries
and whatnot.
again.
Don't hold it against me. I don't usually cook, okay? I just signed on to round out the crew. Technically, I'm the highest ranking trade guild member on this ship, so I guess I'm the captain now. I'll guess you where you need to go in Makuru's absence. Our first order of
Happened to
business
Makuru?
ought to be getting her back. Set a course.
Oh, was
and
that
I'll
the
make it
daughter of
happen.
the psycho? Okay, let me just put my plate in the kitchen real quick. I see your fantasy. You wanna make it your reality, baby boy. Give me shot. Living dog.
Prodigit 5818 says, "I'ma be hosting my own custom games soon if you want to play when I do my first game."
Okay, that'd be
Stream
cool.
Elements says, "Playing games from my GrabTap page helps support the stream and earns you points
Had
for rewards.
started a
Check it out,
sponsorship.
link."
I don't know if you want to help me out at all, but I only have like a day and 13 hours left, and I just need 8 people to download this game with my link. And I think you gotta complete the tutorial at least. So 40 people have clicked on it, but only 2 people have installed it. And I get $5 per person up to 10 people, so I get up to $50. So yeah, I just need some people to so if you could help me get some people to do that, that'd be sweet. I'm trying to.
Prodigy5818 says, "I'll try it out."
Yeah, it'll get me if you download it with my link. It's in the pinned comment, but I can go like this and get you another link.
Says,
that's the link right there.
Raid.
But it'll get me $5.
Says, "Download Raid Shadow Legends now and reach the goals to support the stream." Link the Doomiverse.
Where does he want me to go? Travel to the Eye of Hidden Crew.
What?
Oh, it's Nagakanu. I'm almost done with the 4th act. Yeah, you can do sponsorships through Stream Elements.
Coming.
Ah, my friend.
It's pretty cool.
We've arrived.
Yeah, my internet bill went up, and I don't have a job right now, so I'm just trying to get what money I can to keep the internet on.
So much death. I can feel it in the air.
Lost soul.
Fevers rotted their minds.
What did I get? Oh my god, it's the, that's so funny, I have one of these.
Old power burn.
Doomiverse says, "Clip."
Yeah, and it's very nice. Holy shit.
Stream Elements says, "Link."
Tavakai destroys the very home he swore to protect.
Wait, damn, I leveled up again? I'm all 57 already, holy shit. I explored the whole area. I haven't done this act yet. Because it just came out. I wonder if there's a 5th and a 6th act or the 4th one. Never find out.
Uzbek says. 2 viewers, a smiley face, 7 hours 50 minutes and 26 seconds.
I'm not ready yet! Lost souls!
A sickness, burrowing its way up through the very earth. Now to find a heart to this rot. Takes what's owed.
Quickly.
Big scoop! Makoru fell ill after her father lost his mind. Will they reconcile? Will she survive?
What can I do? Let's deal. Come back soon.
Another scroll. I need more time for that.
The trail of destruction wends this way. We must be getting close.
Time for that! Lost souls! Nature takes what's owed! need more time for that. Begone, foul creature.
The Ngakura Makoi are those who truly embody our culture. If you wish to become one of us, you do not have to be Karui by blood. But you must follow the way. Pass your test at the Isle of Shrikes or elsewhere. Live by our traditions. Live through strength, but most of all, do not let the way shift or falter. Stand strong when others would seek to dominate or subvert you. This is how we will survive as a people.
Out of mana! No mana! I need more time for that! Either sprawl. I need more time for that.
I need more time for that. Pack's heavy enough already.
I need more time for that. No mana! No mana! Lost to Beaver. I need more time for that. No mana! I'm not ready yet.
bother interfering with things they don't understand. You don't belong here. This is a Karui matter.
What have you done with Makoru?
As we speak, the ancestors heal her. Enough! The time for talk is over.
Then we'll settle this with blood.
What even guides you, foul?
No way, dude. Oh, this fucking game.
Falling in, but then she immediately jumps into action and
That's unfortunate. Why'd you give me that error now that and say I can't play?
I need more time for that.
The way is clear. I must be stronger. The call.
It keeps on like this if they not lift a sea.
Let them know the might of the Karui. I am the true Nakuramagure!
I need more time for that.
Remember this day, if you survive! Lend me your strength, Tokuhama! This is not the way. What? Why do you reject me? All I have done in your... So be it. I will save my people myself! The power of the... Coward!
I need more time for that. I need more time for that.
I will give everything for what have I?
It is over, Tabaka.
Please, could you...
I believe so, but we have to move quickly. You must relinquish...
Don't!
Doomiverse says.
Father!
Stream Elements
Can
says.
it carry any more?
Link.
Forgive me. You must not forget your mistake, Tabakai. For the coming war, we need you and your people to fight alongside us. I will use the weapon to heal those infected here. In return, the Karui must aid us in fighting Oriana and her forces.
You have my word.
Talk's cheap. Let your actions prove it.
Return to King's March with the weapon in hand.
That's it.
Land ahoy. Good day.
Return.
The Countess leads the Twilight Order, and we now know she has taken the beast to Orient. By using the weapon, the Karui have been cured of their blood fever and have pledged to
Oh, I
aid
forgot all
our
about the
cause.
Countess.
But we need a sizable army for the battle ahead. It is time to rally our allies. We must recruit the Ezamites, the Meraketh, and the living Val that Doriani speaks of. Then, our siege may stand a chance.
Interesting.
Now we need allies. I believe we have... It is time to call one last journey, recruiting any who will join. The Karui are already with us.
As it so happens, I'm...
Oh, kept that close to the chest,
Suffice
didn't
to
you?
say, I've always got a contingency plan.
On we go then. To Orgum then. Hopefully they... There is something very wrong. It is not corruption. I must search. Move swiftly.
What brings you here?
The Ezamites have weathered much, but worse has come.
By the first ones. You're calling us to war? Our people do owe you a... We can't sleep. We can't one by one. Only the distant sound of screams gives us...
Who's
our neighbours in Holton. Thane Wulfric and Lady Ellsworth. Bloodletting, that's all that lies in wait. Look, now I understand you need... Help us once more.
Aye, Renly.
Good. Of late, you'll find a Una, no, should you need... If you find a pint out there, do bring it back.
Oh, it's our old local hero.
Welcome back. It is good to see you.
Oh, is that it? I thought they were gonna say a bunch of stuff.
Make us proud, will you?
Welcome.
Scooby, Scooby-Doo, Scooby.
Hey, you.
old local.
It said 40 of these. Well, I fucked it. $20, $40, $60, $80, $100. $20, $40, $60, $80, $100. $20, $40, $60, $80. Damn, man. I can't believe I did that.
Hey, you.
I swear that the currency thing screwed me. Fuck, dude, I wouldn't have bought all these goddamn greater iron runes. That's unfortunate. F, man.
Welcome. You're doing my songs.
That sucks. I'm always fucking shit up.
How can I advise?
Travel to the scorched foreign lands. Alright, we're just gonna smoke a quick dab.
Begins trying to pull herself up and out of this pile, and at some point she gets most of her upper body out, and she waves, and she gets the attention of the driver who's just dumped her into the sand crusher. And the driver, he stops right away. You can see the vehicle lurch to a stop. He leaps out and he starts running over to the sand crusher, but as he's running over, this woman who's waving and waving, at some point her leg or some other part of her gets grabbed by those jaws at the bottom of the machine, and she's pulled slowly down into the sand crusher and disappears under the sand. When this happens, the driver is frantic and screaming for other people in the factory to come over and help, and at some point the others inside, they realize there's an emergency and they all run over, but when they realize what's happened, that someone has fallen into the sand crusher, they all just stop and stand there because they know there's nothing they can do. The woman was gone.
That's terrible.
In June of 2015,
I wanna hear that one more
45-year-old James Young landed his dream job. For the last several years, James' Sand Crusher is exactly... At some point, the inspector needed the dump truck driver to back up a significant distance. She needed to watch him do that. And so she, the inspector, backed away from the dump truck until she was in the middle of the yard, standing right in front of this parked bulldozer. What happens next is all caught on video. And so as she's standing there and she's watching the dump truck back up right in front of her, the bulldozer driver right behind her turns on the machine and immediately lurches forward. Now, the driver of this bulldozer did not see the woman, and she was in his blind spot right in front of the bucket of his bulldozer. And he was not aware there was somebody on foot walking around the yard. It's an extremely dangerous place to be on foot. And so he goes right into her and he knocks her backwards. She falls into the bucket. She starts screaming, but no one can hear her. It's so loud. And the driver drives the bucket directly into a pile of sand and scoops up thousands of pounds of sand that come down directly on this woman. So now she's completely buried alive and being crushed by all this sand. And then the driver, completely oblivious, lifts the bucket up, turns around and drives across the yard and dumps the sand and the woman into a vibrating sand crusher. The vibrating sand crusher is exactly what it sounds like. It pulverizes bits of rock and stone and grinds them down into a very fine powder. The machines come in various shapes and sizes, but this one inside of this ceramics factory was a top-loaded version, and it basically looked like a big dumpster with this big opening at the top. And so these bulldozer drivers would take these clumps of sand and they would dump it in this opening at the top of this bin. And then once they dumped their sand into the opening, the machine would vibrate, causing the sand to filter its way down towards the bottom of the machine, where there were these big, vicious metal claws that constantly smashed together and would just completely obliterate anything that passed through them. In the video, when the driver dumps his bucket load into the sand crusher, you can actually see the woman falling in, but then she immediately jumps into action and begins trying to pull herself up and out of this pile. And at some point, she gets most of her upper body out, and she waves, and she gets the attention of the driver who's just dumped her into the sand crusher. And the driver, he stops right away. You can see the vehicle lurch to a stop. He leaps out and he starts running over to the sand crusher. But as he's running over, this woman who's waving and waving, at some point her leg or some other part of her gets grabbed by those jaws at the bottom of the machine, and she's pulled slowly down into the sand crusher and disappears under the sand. When this happens, the driver is frantic and he's screaming for other people in the factory to come over and help. And at some point, the others inside, they realize there's an emergency and they all run over. But when they realize what's happened, that someone has fallen into the sand crusher, they all just stop and stand there because they know there's nothing they can do. The woman was gone.
It's like the Sarlacc pit on fucking
in June of 2015,
Star Wars,
45-year-old James
Boba
Young
Fett goes in the Sarlacc pit.
For the last several years, James had been a 5th grade teacher in East Canton, Ohio, teaching special education. And while he loved his job and he loved the kids he worked with, he had always had his eye on becoming a guidance counselor for high school students. In 1988, James had actually graduated from East Canton, Ohio High School. And ever since his graduation, he had wanted to come back to the school and help the next generation of East Canton students prepare for their lives as adults. And a guidance counselor was designed to do just that. James had applied for the job before, but every time he applied, they would tell him that while he was qualified, there just wasn't a spot open for him. However, at the end of that school year, he was told a guidance counselor spot had opened up at the high school and the job was his if he wanted it. And so, of course, James said, yes, I'll take the job. And immediately he told his mother about this amazing news. And his mother, who lived only a block away from him in East Canton, Ohio, would say that her son was so ecstatic about the job that normally when summer break was coming up, he would really look forward to that time off from school. But now that he had this new job to look forward to, he was already anxious for the summer to be over. James was a single man, but he was not lonely. He had a number of very close, lifelong friends that he would spend virtually all of his off time with. And that summer, he did just that. He went out with his friends, they explored all of Ohio and outside surrounding areas, they spent a lot of time outside, and they enjoyed each other's company. Towards the end of the summer, James and his friends knew it was time to schedule their annual trip to Cedar Point. Cedar Point is an amusement park about 2 hours northwest of East Canton, Ohio. It's situated right on the shores of Lake Erie, and it's known for its incredible roller coasters, of which they have 17, making them the park with the second most roller coasters in the world. Every summer, since James could remember, he and his very close friends would make a trip out to Cedar Point, usually at the end of the summer, to kind of cap off. After looking at their calendar, they decided that the best day to go would be Thursday, August 13th. This would give the group of friends one more fun thing to do before the following week James started his new job. So on the morning of that Thursday, the friends piled into a car and they made the 2-hour commute up to Cedar Point. And as soon as they got there, they went inside, they grabbed a map, and began systematically hitting as many rides as they possibly could. And so by 4:30 p.m., they were totally exhausted. They'd been on virtually every ride. And so they were about to call it a day when James and his friends decide, hey, let's go on one more ride before we pack it in. And so they pull out their map and they're looking, and they realize they haven't gone on one of their favorite rides. It was called the Raptor. The Raptor was not Cedar Point's biggest roller coaster, but it was their fastest. It would reach a top speed of 57 miles per hour. Passengers are seated 4 across with their feet dangling below them in these suspended chairs with the big harness that comes down. And then once the ride starts, they're brought slowly up this 137-foot hill, and then at the top they pause before being dropped down into this nearly 4,000-foot long track that spins them upside down 6 different times. So James and his friends, they closed up their map and they ran their way over to the Raptor. They got in line, and by 4:50 p.m., they had made it to the front of the line. They got into their seats, their harness came down, and then the ride started. And they were pulled up to the top of the hill, they paused, and then they were launched down the track. And for 2 minutes, they zipped and zagged and looped-de-looped all through this track. And then it was just suddenly over. And the friends had a great time on the ride. Except James realized about halfway through the ride, when they were upside down, his phone and wallet had come out of his pockets, and he actually saw them fall down towards the ground. And although he didn't see exactly where they landed, he had a pretty good idea of where they were. And so after they got off the ride, the friends were kind of talking about how much fun it was, and James said to them, "Hey, I lost my cell phone and wallet. Will you guys come with me while I go look for them?" And so the friends agreed. They left the Raptor station and they walked down the paved path until they were in front of this fence that said no trespassing. And so James gets up to the fence and he's looking inside of this fenced-in area, and he sees right in the middle of this restricted area is his phone and his wallet. And before James's friends could tell him not to do this, he had climbed over the fence and entered into this restricted area. He ran over to his phone and his wallet, he picked it up, and then when he stood back up again, the next wave of Raptor riders came blazing through the area, and the underside, the steel underside of the ride, hit James right in the back of the head. He never saw it coming. It threw him forward, he landed on his face, and immediately the park officials saw this happen. They stopped the ride, but the riders on board the Raptor, they didn't know what was going on, and so they're stopped on the ride. They're looking down, and they hear people screaming, and they look down, and they see there's this man, James, lying face down on the ground with blood pooling around his head. The fence James had climbed over was there specifically to keep visitors from getting too close to this one low point in the Raptor ride where the ride can come through and it can hit you. And so medical workers, they rush over, they hop over the fence, they get to James, but it was too late. He was pronounced dead at the scene. That day, Cedar Park was put under investigation for James's death, but after reviewing the footage and talking to witnesses, the investigation was closed and they determined that the park was not at fault. James, despite being a very intelligent and sensible man, had a brief lapse in judgment, and it unfortunately cost him his life. Today, Cedar Park is still open for business and the Raptor ride is still operational. On August 14th, 2012, Celestino Cervantes picked up 28-year-old Victor Diaz for work. Celestino was an expert roofer, and he had just hired Victor to come on his crew and help him with a particular job. This was going to be Victor's first day as a roofer, but for the past 10 years he had worked in construction, so he was familiar with the operation. The two men arrived at their job site in San Antonio, Texas around 8 a.m. that morning. They were in charge of putting a new roof on a 115-year-old building that was being redeveloped into a fancy steakhouse. Until 2001, this building had been used by a brewing company to house their enormous boilers. As such, this building was referred to as the boiler house. Protruding from the boiler house roof was this large metal duct that was 15 feet long and almost looked like a covered walkway, and it connected to the side of this huge smokestack. This duct and smokestack used to be how the built-up condensation inside the boiler house was able to travel up and out of the building. When the two roofers got out of their truck, Celestino told Victor to take his tools and make his way up to the roof of the boiler house and get to work, and that he had a few things he had to do down on the ground floor, but he would be up to check on him in a little bit. Celestino turned around and was fiddling with his equipment inside of the truck while Victor made his way into the building and out of sight. An hour and a half later, Celestino went up to the roof to check on Victor, but he couldn't find Victor anywhere and he couldn't find his tools anywhere. So Celestino went back down into the main section of this building where other contractors that were working on this renovation were, and he began asking them, "Hey, have you seen this guy, Victor? He works with me, I can't find him," and no one had seen him. And so Celestino's thinking to himself, well, I guess Victor must have left. But that didn't really make any sense because Victor didn't have a vehicle and he didn't live nearby. But Celestino's thinking, you know what, maybe somebody came and picked him up. Now, unfortunately, Victor did not carry a cell phone, so nobody had any way of getting directly in contact with him. So Celestino leaves the building and he calls Victor's brother and asks him, "Have you seen Victor, you know, looking at the car. Victor's brother says, no, I haven't seen him since this morning when he left with you. So Victor's brother began calling around friends and family and asked them if they had seen Victor, but nobody knew who he was. So for the rest of the day, Celestino and the rest of Victor's friends and family, they went out looking for Victor at the job site and around the surrounding area. But there was just no sign of him. And so that night, Victor's brother went to the police to file a missing person report. The police told him that it was really too early to file a report because Victor was an adult and there was no sign of foul play, and that he should just come back in a day or two if Victor still has not shown up. 2 days go by and Victor had still not shown up. So Victor's sister-in-law went back to the police and says, okay, now I want to file a missing person report. We don't know where he is. No one can get in touch with him. We need your help. But the officer she spoke to told her that she still needed to wait another 5 days to process this request. As it turned out, this was just not true. It was a mistake. There was no arbitrary waiting period to file a missing person report. So without any help from the police, Victor's friends and family and co-workers spent the next several days scouring San Antonio, scouring the job site, looking everywhere for him.
At that point, just tell the police that it's been 2-3 days already. Don't tell them that they just went missing. Don't tell the police that, hey, my daughter just went missing, you know, so that way they tell you, oh, you need to wait 2 days. You know, tell them, hey, it's been 2 days already. Like, to begin with, so that way you don't have to fucking, because you need to hurry up and go, you know. Those 2 extra days, they could be getting killed.
No mana!
6 days after Victor has gone missing, his family had printed out dozens of these huge posters with his face on them and a number to call that had an information document, and their plan was to distribute them the following morning all over San Antonio. But the following morning, before they headed out, they got a call. Victor had been found. 7 days earlier, when Celestino told Victor to head inside and make his way to the roof and begin the project, Victor had gotten his tools, gone inside, he made his way up the stairwell to the second floor, and then he made a series of odd decisions. Instead of making his way to the access door and climbing his way up to the roof, he went to the far side of the second floor where there were all these wooden barriers preventing people from going any farther. He climbed over all these barriers and he reached the entrance to that huge duct where the condensation used to go. And so from his perspective, he would have been looking into this duct and it would have been completely pitch black, because it connected to that smokestack, and the smokestack was totally sealed off. But despite not having any idea where this tunnel goes, and it clearly not being the place Celestino told him to go, Victor decides to just get into this tunnel, which required bending over, because it was only 4 feet tall and 5 feet wide. So he gets inside of this tunnel, and he begins shuffling his way deeper and deeper into this tunnel, until he reaches the end of the tunnel where it actually connects into the smokestack. Now at the top of this duct, where it connects to the smokestack, there wasn't a grate or bars or any sort of barrier that would stop you from spilling into the smokestack. And because it was totally pitch black, Victor, when he made it to the edge of that duct, he just kept on walking and fell 20 feet down to the bottom of the smokestack. And so in total darkness, Victor, who was probably badly hurt from the fall, began feeling around the inside of the chimney looking for a way out. And he eventually found a hatch that was big enough for him to fit through, but when he felt up against it, he realized it was locked from the outside and it wouldn't even budge. It couldn't even get light to come into the crack. It was totally sealed off. And that was the only way out of the smokestack, unless he could get back up to the duct, but there was no way to do that. He most likely began screaming for help, but he was encased in thick brick, and so his sound wouldn't have traveled. It would have been completely muffled. Plus, the smokestack was fairly far away from the job site, which was very noisy as it is, and so there was just no way they could have heard him. And the smokestack and the duct were not part of the renovation, and so there was absolutely no foot traffic over around the smokestack. He was completely alone, no one knew he was there, and there was no way out. 7 days after Victor fell into the smokestack, workers over at the job site, they noticed this huge swarm of flies over around the base of the smokestack. There were so many flies over there, they decided they had to go investigate. So as they walked closer and closer to the smokestack, they were hit with this overwhelming stench of death and decay, and then when they got to the smokestack, they could see the flies were centralized on that hatch at the bottom. And so they cut the lock, they opened it up, and inside they found Victor's body. And they saw his hands were badly bloodied and bruised, and they were pressed up against the inside of the hatch, indicating in his final moments he was desperately trying to open that hatch and save himself.
I need more time for that.
Although no one knows this for sure, it's believed Victor confused the condensation duct with the access point to the roof. So that's going to do it, guys. If you found the secret in today's video, let us know in the comments what it is and where you found it, so give us a timestamp. If you're the first to do that, we'll pin you at the top of the comment section. If you got something out of today's video and you haven't done this already, please replace the like button's hairspray with Gorilla Glue adhesive spray. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly 3 or 4 video uploads. If you want to... Today, we're going to look at 3 places you can't go and people who went there anyways. But before we get into today's stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload 2 or 3 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, the next time the like button asks you to be a reference on their job application, say yes, and when the company calls you, proceed to tell them how unqualified and terrible the like button is. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. All right, let's get into today's stories. On Friday, August 21st, 2020, 58-year-old Aristides Polino was driving back to his home in Miami, Florida in his police SUV after completing a midnight shift. Aristides was a 25-year veteran of the Miami police force, and over the last 2+ decades, he had routinely done midnight shifts, so this was nothing new. When he got to his house, he parked his SUV in the driveway, and like always, he went right into his house. He didn't talk to his wife Clara or his son. He just went straight up to his bedroom and immediately fell asleep. About 4 hours later, at 5 p.m., Aristides woke up, and he expected to hear his wife's voice somewhere in the house. So when he didn't, and the house was just totally silent, something told him that something was off. So he climbed out of bed, he put on his clothes, and he went downstairs to look for his wife. When he got down to the living room, he saw his son sitting on the couch, but he didn't see his wife. And so he asked his son, hey, have you seen your mom? And he would say, no, I haven't seen her. But sensing on his dad's face that something was wrong, he said, hey, I'll help you look for mom. And so the 2 men began searching the house, yelling out for Clara, and Aristides began calling his wife, but she wasn't picking up. And after several minutes, the 2 men reconvened in the living room, and they started going over whether or not she had told them about some appointment that day, and that would explain why she wasn't in the house. But after talking about it, they decided that she didn't have any appointments and she should be home right now. And so the men decided, maybe she went outside and she's talking to a neighbor, or, she went for a walk and she's talking to somebody on the road. And so they decided they would go outside and search the outside of the property. When they got outside, Aristides went towards the back of the property and his son went towards the front, down towards the driveway. And so as Aristides is making his way around the back of the property, he hears his son scream out for help. Aristides comes running back around the property and he sees his son standing in the driveway with the door of his police SUV wide open. 4 hours earlier, after Aristides came home, he parked his police SUV right in the driveway like he always did, and for some reason he left the car unlocked. And so he goes in the house and he falls asleep. And while he was sleeping, Clara, who was home, she exited the house and walked down the driveway to his SUV. She opened up the door and went inside. It's believed she was looking for something, although we don't know what she was looking for. And while she was in the back of his car fishing around for whatever it was she was looking for, the door she had entered the vehicle in shut behind her. And because this is a police SUV, the back seat was designated for suspects. And so the back 2 doors did not open from the inside. And there was a very thick partition separating the back seat from the front seat. So Clara could not just reach over the seats and honk the horn to get someone's attention. And Clara did not have her cell phone, so she couldn't call anyone for help. And when she screamed out for help to somebody out on the road to help her, her screams were severely muffled, and the back windows of this police car were heavily tinted, making it extremely difficult to see that there was a person in the back seat of this car. So for 4 hours, Clara desperately screamed and kicked and punched, and did everything she could to try to free herself from the situation she was in. All the while, the temperature inside the car continued to go up. The SUV was parked in full sunlight, no shade whatsoever, and the temperatures that day were over 90 degrees Fahrenheit. So by the time Clara was ultimately discovered, the inside of that SUV had effectively become an oven. Aristides ran over to his vehicle and he pulled his wife out and he started doing CPR on her, but it was too late. She was out of the Her death was ultimately ruled unnecessary. On May 22nd, 2021, a father and his young son were out for a walk in their small suburban town just outside of Barcelona, Spain. When they reached their downtown, they were going to turn around and walk back home, but the boy pleaded with his father to make a quick stop at the old theater. The reason the boy and many other kids in the town loved going to this old theater was because out front of it was this huge papier-mâché statue of a dinosaur, a stegosaurus to be exact. And so after a little bit of convincing, the father finally agrees, and they start heading in that direction. After they turn the corner and could actually see the dinosaur statue, the boy took off running while the father just stayed back and walked leisurely, watching his son the whole time. And as he's watching his son, he can see he gets right up to the statue, and then the boy just kind of suddenly stops and stares at something on the bottom of the statue. And so the father notices his son has seen something peculiar enough to make him stop and stare. And so he yells to his son, "Hey, what do you see?" And the son just points at the back right leg of the statue. And so the father thinks this is really weird, so he jogs up to his son, and he crouches down right next to him and looks in the direction his son is pointing. And at first, the father believes all his son is pointing at is this fairly obvious crack on the outside of the statue on the back right leg. And he's thinking his son has just noticed that the statue is kind of falling apart. But as he's looking at this crack that his son is pointing at, he realized his son was not pointing at the crack. He was pointing at what was behind the crack, what was inside the dinosaur statue. And when the father realized what he was looking at, he grabbed his son, stood up, and ran in the other direction and called emergency services. A few minutes later, the police and fire department show up in front of this old theater. They get out and they go up to the statue and they confirm what's inside this back right leg. Afterwards, they go to their trucks and they get out chainsaws. Eventually, they were able to carve a big enough square on this back right leg that they were able to remove the thing that the father and the son had seen originally, and that was the dead man's body. Not much is known about this dead man, except that he was a 39-year-old man who his family had reported missing a couple of days before he was actually found. While we don't know this for sure, it's believed he decided to crawl inside the statue when he realized the belly of the dinosaur was movable. Now, it's not entirely clear how he figured that out. Either the belly was already moved and he saw the opening and so saw the opportunity to crawl inside for some reason, or he was poking and prodding at the statue and discovered the belly was movable, moved it aside, and then again seized the opportunity and crawled inside. But either way, the man crawled inside the statue, and then once he was in the dinosaur, his phone slipped out of his hand or slipped out of his pocket, and then instead of falling out of the dinosaur onto the ground, it fell inside the dinosaur and slid down the inside of the statue until it fell into the bottom of the bottom left leg. And so the man decides to go after his phone, and so on his belly, he slides over to the back right leg, and then he begins lowering himself head first into the leg, reaching for his phone. And so as he's kind of slowly lowering himself down, using his legs to pin himself inside the statue, he gets closer and closer. He's almost about to grab his phone when his feet lose their grip and he slips and falls headfirst all the way to the bottom of this back right leg. The space he was in was so tight, he was not able to turn himself around and climb up and out again. In fact, it was so tight, he could barely move. His arms were pinned by his side, and so he couldn't use them to even push himself back up and out. And because he could not bend his legs, he could not use his legs to pull himself back out again. And so this man most likely began screaming for help, but for whatever reason, nobody heard him. And so after what must have been several agonizing days, the man finally just died. His autopsy has not been made public, so we don't know for sure what actually killed him, although one could speculate he died of hydration or perhaps asphyxia from being trapped in this really tight space where his chest may not have been able to expand all the way, and so he would have eventually suffocated. Following the gruesome discovery, the dinosaur statue was removed from the front of the old theater. In the early 1980s, John Harder was the classic, athletic, popular kid at his high school in Delaware, Ohio, which is a relatively small town just outside of the state's capital. But unlike most stereotypes that paint high school jocks as being these total jerks, that bully people and are kind of stupid, John was none of those things. He was incredibly friendly and very warm-hearted and seemed to get along with everyone. John also was known for having a great sense of humor. In particular, he liked to play these kind of harmless pranks that would make people smile, like the time he very enthusiastically joined the cheerleaders during a high school pep rally, despite not actually being a cheerleader himself. John was set to graduate from high school on June 5th, 1983, and his plan was to study accounting at Kent State University the following year. A few weeks before his graduation, John's high school began selling these tickets to a grad night at a huge amusement park called Kings Island. Kings Island was located about 2 hours west of John's high school, and it was home to dozens of roller coasters, water slides, and many other attractions. During their so-called grad nights, this amusement park would shut down their public operations and not let anybody into the park that did not have these special student tickets that they gave to local area high schools. John, who was 17 years old at the time, was very excited at the idea of going to this grad night, and so he went and purchased tickets along with about 20 other students from his high school. At about 3:30 p.m. on Friday, May 13th, John and the other students who had bought grad night tickets met up outside of their high school. While this was a school-sponsored trip, the students were responsible for driving themselves to the park. And so after all the students were accounted for, they all piled into a couple of their cars and they began their journey to the park. After a few stops along the way to get food and go to the bathroom, the students finally arrived at the park at about 7 p.m. And on the drive, John, who had been a passenger, had drank half a bottle of rum and about 3 to 6 beers. And so when he got out, he could barely stand, he was so drunk. And so the students made their way over to the front gate, they showed the attendant their grad night ticket, and they were allowed inside. And surprisingly, despite it being this special night where only people with these tickets were allowed in, it was still pretty crowded. There were lots of students that apparently wanted to come to this event. Once John and the rest of the students from the Delaware High School had come inside the park, there was no rule that they had to stick together for the duration of their time there, and so they all kind of broke into their separate groups and went their separate ways. In John's particular group was his girlfriend Pam, and for the first hour they were in the park together, all they did was bicker and fight. Onlookers would say John looked visibly upset.
Work. They will guide you. Hello?
And very emotional and very drunk. By 8:30 p.m., when John's group had gotten in line for this roller coaster, John was now openly saying, I don't want to be here anymore, I just want to go home. It was pretty obvious he was still just mad at Pam, and that's why he was saying all this, was just trying to make Pam feel bad. And so some of the group members told John, just, hey man, calm down, you're overreacting, just try.
John.
Greetings.
Back!
Hello.
How's the... If you find a pint out there, do bring it back.
Alright, I think I'm gonna end my stream here, but I will be back on in the morning. I hope you all enjoyed. Thanks for watching, and I'll see y'all later. Thanks for hanging out, everyone. Have a good night.